Flowertown showrooms or visit dkappliances.com.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
For 50 incredible years, Merrill Reese has been behind the microphone, calling unforgettable game day moments and creating memories for generations of Birds fans. United Tire and Service is proud to congratulate Merrill on this historic milestone and thank him for 5 decades of passion, excitement, and legendary calls. Congratulations, Merrill, from all your friends at United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone, drive United. Summer with the family means pool days, road trips, backyard fun, and always having plenty of snacks ready to go. Tasty Cake makes it easy with seasonal favorites everyone can enjoy. Baked peach pies are filled with sweet peach flavor, while lemon cupcakes are a refreshing treat for camp lunches, family outings, or sharing after a day in the sun. Keep your family's summer snack supply stocked with Tasty Cake. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Primaries being held in 6 states today. Voters will be heading to the polls in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Vermont, South Carolina, Connecticut, and Alabama to decide a number of races, ranging from governor and statewide races to U.S. Senate and House seats that are up for grabs. A man accused of killing United Healthcare CEO is due in a New York City courtroom today.
The hearing is expected to focus on media access for the New York State trial of Luigi Mangione. His attorneys question why the proceedings won't be live streamed and say limiting access could violate his right to a public trial. Prosecutors say the defense is trying to spread misinformation.
Fox's Tanya J. Powers. Mangione's state trial begins September 8th. And President Trump signing an executive order calling for an overhaul of childhood vaccines. He says kids are getting too many at once. America's listening to Fox News.
The Bloomberg Market Minute brought to you by Monastra Financial Group. Guidance you can trust.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A big Wall Street bank is making a big bet on U.S. innovation. Morgan Stanley said it will seek to facilitate about $1.5 trillion of investment activity tied to the U.S.'s push for innovation and the infrastructure needed to bolster it. It will focus on 3 areas, including innovation platforms and strategic industries, infrastructure and capital for growth companies. Morgan Stanley joins peers vowing to work more on initiatives core to the U.S. Last year, J.P. Morgan Chase said it would funnel $1.5 trillion into industries that bolster U.S. economic security and resiliency. Good news if you eat a lot of chicken. Poultry companies are dealing with a glut of chicken, producing more than people can buy. That's driving prices down and creating an even more inviting alternative to beef that continues selling at near record highs. Dow Jones cites industry data showing that wholesale prices for chicken has fallen more than a third over the past year.
It's the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account, payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties. Because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50 milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems, as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit Jernavix.com.
Catch the Phils when they take on the Marlins, Monday, August 17th and Tuesday, August 18th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, August 19th at 6:05.
Way back there! Gone!
Snag tickets now at Phillies.com. Don't miss the huddle at Citizens Bank Park on Sunday, August 23rd at 1:35 when the Phils play the Cardinals, and kids 14 and under receive a Pico Bryce Harper football jersey. Grab tickets today at Phillies.com.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. With impressive efficiency and sport-tuned suspension, the Honda Civic and HR-V have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient, full-line automaker in America. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.99% APR on a 2027 HR-V.
Contact your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination. For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer and point-of-sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars, PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgraded to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit pdqpos.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
On a Tuesday, August 11th, it is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kale. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, the associate producers on a Rooney-less Rooney Tuesday. Because Matt Rooney has court today. So he gets a total reprieve. Full excuse.
You think he'll be late for court?
Yeah. I think
he's late for us every day.
I think he's been pulled out of court like Jim Carrey was in Liar Liar, where he was held in contempt. And he's screaming. He's like, I got to play baseball with my kid tonight. I'm Jose Canseco. And then he posts bond and he gets out. Of course, he hasn't posted to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, but I'm just going to give up on that battle because it'll never happen. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday indeed, Gregory.
Poop pills may be the future of treating peanut allergies. Poop pills.
my sister-in-law, or not my sister-in-law, my brother-in-law's wife. I got to really figure this out. Yesterday, my wife had a husband, and I was bothered by it, and it wasn't me.
Yeah,
the whole family tree thing's a mess.
Details nobody needs to know. Somebody you know.
Yeah. So, somebody I know always goes to a restaurant and is like, "Can you cook everything in peanut oil?" Those people, what a life that must be. But anyway.
Poop pills aren't a new treatment for various ailments, being used to reduce toxic side effects of cancer medications and even potentially increasing the odds of surviving pancreatic cancer. Now, new research has found they could be life-saving treatment for the millions of Americans with severe food allergies. Up to 6 million people have allergic reactions to peanuts, one of the most common food allergies. While treatments are constantly being developed to provide relief, an unusual approach based on prior research may offer a first-of-its-kind solution. Fecal transplants.
Fecal
transplants. Published last week in the Science Translational Medicine, a landmark study found those with peanut allergies had a higher tolerance to peanuts months after receiving a fecal transplant from a healthy donor without food allergies.
Okay.
The research team behind the study had previously discovered that stool samples transferred from babies with food allergies into allergy-prone mice cause a severe allergic reaction to the animals. Meanwhile, mice that received samples from healthy babies were protected from allergic reactions. The researchers identified good bacterial strains from the healthy babies' guts that protected them against allergic reactions and put them into frozen poop pills for the newest study. Using these strains from donors with healthy gut microbiomes, the pills were given to 10 young adults with severe peanut allergies for a one-time treatment of 36 pills taken over a few hours. After 4 months, 3 participants were able to eat multiple peanuts before having a reaction.
Okay.
The second round of the study added antibiotics to the fecal transplant pills, suggesting they increased the effectiveness of the microbiome transfer. The fecal transplants reduce food allergies by increasing the amount of bile salts made by the liver, which breaks down fats to better absorb them. Good bacteria from gut microbiomes appear to be better at metabolizing bile salts, which can increase the amount of cells that regulate the immune system and protect from allergic reactions.
Anybody on the show with any food allergies?
My father has a very severe peanut allergy.
Yeah?
Really?
Yeah, no.
So would he take the poop pill?
I don't think so.
Whatever happened to good old Metamucil?
He's had one. It always makes me laugh. We never had this when we were kids. He's had it since 1965.
I heard prunes were good for you to relieve constipation.
We never had this when we were kids. What could be the uptick in it? Gee, I wonder.
I don't know what that was about.
I don't know what that was about either.
I know people with shellfish allergies. That's got to be rough. I mean, if you're a seafood person, although I guess if you have a shellfish allergy, you probably haven't been able to enjoy seafood your whole life.
Right.
I'm lucky. I don't have any food allergies.
Yeah.
I probably should.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that would help me cut out some things because my face would swell up. Instead, my stomach swells up, and here we are. No drumstick last night.
I was just going to ask you about drumstick last night.
Yeah, I took the night off.
But the drumstick I looked at the calories. It's actually not
terrible.
It was like 300 calories or something.
Yeah,
so
there you go. Rest hang your hat on that, homie.
Yeah, 20 minutes on the treadmill. Out of you. Boom.
But I mean, if that's,
there you go.
If that's your thing and that's all you have, that's actually not that bad if you're going to have a cheat day.
But it's not all he has.
No, of course not. There was probably another 2,300 calories throughout the day. High calorie diet, folks. Calories are just energy units. That's all they are. We have a lot to get to on today's show. Primary day across the country, none bigger than the DSA facing yet another test in the Wisconsin governor primary. Not really a test because it's basically a formality that Tiffany Fong will win the primary. The true battle comes in November when she goes up against Tom Tiffany's. It's a battle at Tiffany's. I think they settle it with breakfast at Tiffany's. But that's just a cheap music reference. I'll leave that to Phil coming up later. Also, Tony Fauci. Oh, the COVID shot.
Oh, my gosh.
And miscarriages. Details coming up on that based on what was found on Tony Fauci's phone. And Trump and Bobby rolling out new, not mandates, new guidance. Recommendations, suggestions on childhood vaccines. We'll get into that. A lot of stuff on the shots and vaccines and the health front this morning. And also, AI continues to evolve. How comfortable would you be calling 911 and having artificial intelligence handle your emergency? Well, one big city is rolling it out, and people are not happy about it. We'll get to that story coming up. Of course, the Cut Sheet, Fight Club, and a whole lot more. But let's get to the news. Round number 1, 6:07, the great Dawn Stenslin.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Tuesday morning, 74 degrees right now with rain on the way. We'll tell you when, coming up in the forecast. But it's August the 11th, and we are sponsored this morning in news by First Harvest Credit Union. So let's get to it. Philadelphia's Bryce Harper, I will say, making national news across the board, across the country. Why? Well, because Congress is talking about Bryce and actually demanding that Major League Baseball make changes after this FanDuel video of Philadelphia's very own Bryce Harper. Yeah, so number 3, Philadelphia Phillies, and usually he's our star, and usually when we talk about Bryce, we're talking about good news. Now 3 different members of Congress demanding that the MLB and the union, obviously the baseball players union, take action after these reports, which Bryce Harper was featured in a personalized video that sports betting company FanDuel sent to a man with a gambling addiction. This is part of a lawsuit. And so in this one, and I believe the Philadelphia Inquirer either broke the story or was one of the first to report on this, but in that one, the man says that he lost about $1.5 million on FanDuel bets due to his gambling addiction. He claims that the company, FanDuel, sent him a personalized video, a message from Bryce Harper. And in that video, Harper names, and in that video, by the way, he names the man, acknowledges his son, thanks him for the support. This is all according to these reports, again, making national news. So you have members of Congress, Senator Dick Blumenthal, Congressman Paul Tonko, Congresswoman Valerie Fouché. They all ask Major League Baseball and the league's players union to please change their policies so this can never happen again. And so in this one, by the way, the man who says he has a gambling addiction went to get treatment, but at one point had some serious self-harm and suicidal type issues. And so this is a real lawsuit going on there. With this, Bryce Harper has released a statement as well. And so what he's saying is that he had no idea this would be released in such a way, never would have approved of that or done that, so that he feels duped or played, if you will.
Now, who released the video? FanDuel or the guy with the gambling addiction?
This is so the claim is from the man's lawsuit is that FanDuel sent the man with the gambling addiction this personalized video.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so what they're saying is that this guy actually has a gambling problem. He had been battling it, that sort of thing.
Lost $1.5 million. I'd say that's a problem.
So if you lose $1.5 million, I guess the good news is you had $1.5 million to lose.
We
don't know.
Well, yeah, technically.
That kind of money?
Technically, because you do have to post it on FanDuel. It's not like the old-fashioned way when you have a bookie where you settle up at the end of the week in a back alley with an envelope.
But in this one, I will just say this, and I know the union will, and right now, obviously, the MLB and their union, MLBPA, right, they're in a negotiation with the players' union and whatnot. They're all negotiating.
Right, because there could be a lockout.
But I think nowadays, the question is with these videos, it just shows you we actually do need legislation when you think of AI, because whether or not Bryce Harper or any of us, we make videos all the time for people, right? So with that regard, if somebody says, hey, will you send a video to my friend and say, hey, thanks for whatever, could they utilize AI with something anyway, manipulate something and make somebody think that you're saying something?
But Bryce, I don't understand. Why would Congress get involved? And what did Bryce Harper do that was wrong? It's not like Bryce Harper was involved in a gambling scheme.
No, I don't think his name is being invoked because the video that he, I think, innocently made, not knowing that it would be used in such a way, that I think the push here is to have legislation that regulates, celebrity videos, especially for I would imagine things that you could be addicted to.
Okay, so there's something that Congress does not want baseball players affiliated
or any celebrity
with FanDuel. I mean, obviously, there's the Pete Rose situation from 40 years ago, where you bet on baseball, you're going to be barred from the sport.
I don't. Here's what I infer from this, Nick. I don't think that this is being compared to a Pete Rose situation. No. I think what it is, it's almost, think of it as, your daughters on social media and algorithms to them, or a video by a celebrity to them. Normally, those celeb videos might be to do something for a good cause, like, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Yeah. Join us for a ride. People do this all the time. In this one, apparently, a video that was intended for good was, like, the allegation is manipulated, right, by a celebrity.
Okay.
This time it happens to be Bryce Harper, and it happens to be that somebody with a gambling addiction who had been battling it and doing well suddenly saw it, and the claim is that, in fact, this, invoked him to then go back down in a downward spiral.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Well, yeah,
so
it does.
It's more of people's videos convincing people to, I would say, do things that are sin taxed. The old sin tax is anything that, so what would that be? Gambling, alcohol.
Yeah, vices.
Even like recreational marijuana could probably be thrown in there.
Yeah.
Something of that nature.
Guy lost $1.5 million.
$1.5 million.
Is he seeking compensation?
from FanDuel.
Oh.
So he's suing FanDuel, saying you use like my favorite guy to do this. That's what I infer from reading all of this information.
That case will be dismissed.
I don't know. I think they'll probably settle it because you don't want this to go to court, because then you have a precedent.
Yeah.
If you settle it and everybody signs an NDA, there's no legal precedent.
Okay.
Because otherwise, other people could sue them.
Yeah.
Could sue FanDuel and all the other betting sites.
I'm going to have to follow this a little closer. Interesting.
So we have, that one is just a major story, and it's a major talker.
Yeah.
So, and Philadelphia front and center, and a local publication broke the story. Wow. Kudos to them.
Shocking.
So that's good.
Okay. All right.
Kudos to the Philadelphia Inquirer. Yeah. All right. We have another major story to talk about on this Tuesday morning. This is a getaway car recovered after an off-duty officer here in Philadelphia in the Eastwick. He lives in the city's Eastwick section. That's where this began. I briefly mentioned this yesterday because there was a attempt to steal a policeman's car. So in this one, the getaway car recovered after this off-duty cop fired shots at suspects who were trying to steal his car yesterday morning, again, in the city's Eastwick section, which if you know that area, it's kind of like the John Hines Sanctuary area on your way very close to the airport. So in this one, sources say in this one that it has led them to and is connected to a most wanted man in Philadelphia. And the line I'll use, the message to this young man this morning by U.S. Marshals and law enforcement: it's only a matter of time before we catch you. Turn yourself in. This is a 19-year-old who is wanted in connection with the murder of Penn State student Billy Schmidt. Remember Billy Schmidt?
Yes.
So this person with a long rap sheet, 19 years young, is now also a person of interest in the theft of this off-duty Philadelphia police officer's car. And all of this swirling, this is according to U.S. Marshals, who again are saying, we're going to find you. We're very good at what we do. This is our wheelhouse, if you will. So U.S. Marshals searching for this 19-year-old ID'd as Gaddafi Fleming, authorities say is connected to two major investigations in the city of Philadelphia. So the officer's Dodge Charger vehicle was taken around 3 o'clock in the morning. Like I say, in the city's Eastwick section, the officer followed these men, these thieves, car thieves, to the 2900 block of South 70th Street. Gunfire was then exchanged before the suspects fled in a stolen Lexus that was indeed later found. Suspects drive away, and it was a blue Lexus that had also been reported stolen. And like I say, this suspect, the 19-year-old, significant rap sheet here in criminal history. So that's why his mugshot is plastered everywhere, because conveniently, just like us here on Kayal and Company, Nick, Greg, Phil, Jimmy, and I, Dan Borowski, we all have our mugshots on file. If anything happened, handy dandy, recent mugshot.
Yeah.
A male, possibly white.
Correct. Because we all have mugshots.
Right.
Everybody, it's common. It's like your kids, first grade, second grade, third grade, get your pictures taken.
It's a rite of passage.
Yeah,
Dawn.
we all have a mugshot. Just handy dandy, fresh, with our newest hairdo and all of that good stuff. So this guy, this 19-year-old, armed and dangerous. He's been, according to all the reports, he has been behind bars, locked up, accused of, firearms charges, possession, resisting arrest, possession of stolen vehicles, and he's what you would call a usual suspect.
Yeah, he's the kind of guy you want to have at your Thanksgiving dinner table.
Yeah, so he is, and we remember the tragedy that unfolded in South Philadelphia, that fatal shooting of Penn State student Billy Schmidt, South Philadelphia. Billy's family has spoken out.
Yeah.
We've interviewed his
killed coming home over his
ones.
phone after a basketball game at a bar.
Shot and killed and unarmed.
Yeah,
shot, cold blood.
Remember how big that vigil was?
Oh my
for
goodness,
him? It was terrible.
And so we haven't heard much follow up on that, have we?
No, it's amazing how those things just fade away.
So in this one, investigators believe that the suspect here stole the car used before the murder and then got rid of it afterwards. And so it's all interconnected here. And by the way, the 19-year-old most wanted young man in Philadelphia has a 16-year-old brother who's ID'd as Azubair Alton Fleming, who was captured by U.S. Marshals in Colorado, facing murder charges in connection with Billy Schmidt's cold-blooded killing. So police are also still searching for that second suspect, 16-year-old Kaisim Smith. So we have an active search. We're watching for this as U.S. Marshals try to track down somebody who's accused of not only this car theft that happened yesterday, but as well somebody who is a person of interest in Billy Schmidt's murder. So we have all of that. They still have a GoFundMe if you'd like to donate to that, to the family, by the way. So we have all of that news swirling. We also have a caregiver. You know, we think about in the news daycare and how difficult it is to find high quality daycare in a daycare center that has space, and then the cost of it, extremely expensive. And so in this one, this is a daycare story. We'll take you to the suburbs of Bucks County, where this young woman faces assault and endangerment charges after police say she injured a 2-year-old little boy while working in this daycare in Bucks County. So the suspect ID'd is 27-year-old Erin Burke. She no longer works. Her former employer just put out a statement that Erin Burke no longer works for them. They're at Newtown Discovery Preschool, and the preschool has put out media notices, but saying that the preschool notified child services the day that this little 2-year-old boy was injured. Newtown Township Police then got involved, became aware of the allegations because of a childline report. Because of course, if you're a daycare center or you work anywhere with children, it's the law that you must report something like this.
Mm-hmm.
Anything if you see a child interviewed.
Was it physical abuse? Was it neglect?
It's
sexual.
It's great questions. Great questions, Nick Kayal. Police reviewed the surveillance video because nowadays in daycares everything's on
Sure,
video, which is a good thing.
Right.
And so in this one, the police are not releasing the video, but they're saying they're writing in the court docs. If you look at it, it's quite descriptive that you see in the video that the accused here, Burke, that she's with this crying toddler. At one point, the officers describing in the court records that they see her, the Burke, quote, dropping the little boy face down on an air cushion type mat that they have on the flooring there, forcefully shoving the child's head into a pillow.
Firing
He's
squad.
sobbing at this point.
Yep.
A little bit later, police say in the video, it shows Burke forcefully pushing the child down into a lying position. The child was later had scratches when Burke was changing his clothes. The police chief, John Hearn, said he could not discuss some of the specifics in the case, but is encouraging people to report any kind of abuse, neglect, anything you suspect, call police, because like I say, with all of these daycares, they have video surveillance in and around, and pretty much all of them have that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The report, if you go through it, it's very detailed. It's disturbing.
Yeah. It's amazing these people slip through the vetting process, and they don't have the temperament to deal with the challenges that watching another person's 2-year-old might entail. And then they resort to that. You know what the punishment should be? We should bring the executioner in here, Stalker, for a moment. Like, you do that to somebody else's 2-year-old child.
God.
What was it? It was the old BTK killer, bind, torture, kill. You should be able to bind somebody to a chair, tie them up, and then so the suspect here is a woman, right?
Yes,
27-year-old.
Yeah,
the mother should get 90 seconds with that person tied to a chair, arms and legs wrapped up, and just do whatever you want to that human being. How does it feel?
This person has lawyered up. Her defense attorney released a statement saying that the defense attorney says that Ms. Burke would never intentionally harm a child.
No.
The injuries happened while she was changing the toddler. Again, all of this was caught on video. So
baby just kept routinely falling out of the hands of the child caregiver. Sure.
And so in this one also, Newtown Township Police say when they went to, after everybody properly did the right thing, reporting everything, called the mom, they followed every procedure to the T. That's according to police. Police went to the Burke's Newtown Township home. Police say in their report that she did admit she was, quote unquote, rough with the 2-year-old little boy, frustrated, and admitted causing injuries to the child. So the attorney now kind of walking back some things, but police say there was at least a partial confession here. Burke is free on unsecured bail, is scheduled for a hearing upcoming in September. So that's the latest. I think the police chief and a lot of the police in the area are simply saying, use this as a red or yellow flag. Don't put something off in your life. If you see anybody doing something with a child anywhere, even pick up your phone, record it. You can call police or any of the hotline numbers. Do the right thing.
Yep.
So we have all of that going on. Man, there's just so much news this morning as we talk about it. But yes, we do have a lot of news with President Trump signing that executive order, making recommendations about childhood vaccine scheduling and saying that the measles, mumps, and rubella, the MMR vaccine, should be split into 3 separate shots. And so there's a lot of reaction to this, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. He put out a statement saying essentially they're, quote unquote, they're screwing around with children's health. That was the reaction from Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. A lot of support, a lot of reaction, all of that. There's so much news today, but I will just headline one other story that strikes me this morning that I know we'll get into. And that was the release, and I believe the Washington Post was one of the first to break this story, as far as what really happened with a threat that we knew about against President Donald J. Trump when he was in Turkey, and how he snuck out of that country due to an assassination attempt. And so the way this is being reported by the so-called mainstream media, I think, is incredible to all of us. The way that they're spinning this and calling for an investigation, because essentially the Secret Service protected the President of the United States when, remember, they took them out of the brand new Air Force One, and how they snuck him out of that country to save his life.
Yeah, it was the old switcheroo. He went back to the original plane, and they smuggled him into a catering truck, correct?
Yes. So so everybody thought he went into the old Air Force One.
Yeah.
And you see him getting on there and doing he's getting on there, then snuck him
James
off.
Bond type stuff here. I love this story, actually. I didn't notice I saw the version of it from the Daily Mail, but I know, like you said, the Washington Post and the New York Times have reported on it. So the slant they put on it is that they deceive the American public intentionally?
Yes, and that some of the reporters are upset because, remember, some of the reporters were on the plane, were on Air Force One.
Which could have been
and so
targeted
they're saying,
by
wait
the
a minute,
Iranians.
we were a decoy?
Well,
but, that's in truth, when you're with the media and you travel anywhere with any, famous leader, whether it's a local, you are always at risk.
Absolutely.
We all know that
Sure.
in the press and the media, that's.
We just talked about the story yesterday of that dummy that Stalker highlighted with his flying over Bedminster in the little helicopter, right?
Well said.
Yeah, and a couple of F-16s come flying by. Hey, buddy, you want to keep it moving?
So true.
Yeah.
So I know we'll get into all of that. My goodness, there's so much news today. And also a famous, politician in Congress with an embattled adult son with some sicko charges, Boebert. That was the Boebert story. My goodness, a lot to talk about. But we got to talk about our sponsor before we get to Phil Almquist and your forecast real quick. First Harvest Credit Union. Keep your savings on track while you make those lasting summer memories. Earn 3% annual percentage yield on a $1,000. This is a minimum balance with a First Harvest Credit Union Gross Savings account. Yeah, just visit firstharvestcu.com/gross savings for all the deets. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union. Now, Phil Almquist.
Thank you, Don. Sports is sponsored today by Ashley Furniture. We'll start today with the Phils, who begin a 3-game series with the Cards in St. Louis. In the second, with Derek Hill to plate, Philly would get on the board first.
Bounced off the plate. Dobbins, he has to hurry this one. Throws it over the head of Burleson. It's a foul territory. Marsh is around third. He's heading home. Burleson won't have a play. The Phillies take the lead.
Get a run with an error? Okay, fine. 2 batters later, Edmundo Sosa singled, driving home Hill, making the score 2-0 after 2. In the 5th, the Phils would scratch home another as Schwarber scored while Bryce grounded into a double play. They had 3 of those on the night. Now with the score 4-2 in the 8th, Sosa would drive in 2 more.
Fly ball, left center field. That's hit well. It's going to split the gap, and it's going to go off the base of the wall.
Is Tom McCarthy broadcasting from a bathroom?
I have no idea. Maybe it is St. Louis, though.
It's a 2-run double. And the Phillies have built their lead to 4. It's 6-2.
I was stunned to see how many people were at that game last night. That place looked like a double-A game in the middle of the summer. Like, what was that about? Like, they're only the Cardinals are only 3 games back of the Phillies in the wild card. There was nobody there.
Yeah, that 6-2 score would end up being enough, as the Phils did win 6-5. Fun fact, they had lost 13 straight games when a 5th-spot starter pitched.
Oh, that's right. Painter pitched last night, right?
Yeah, he went into the 6th inning. He actually pitched pretty well.
Okay, so now Painter has a chance to have a career again. That's nice. I mean,
maybe.
I know all the fans wrote him off at 23 years old.
That's correct. They had to go back to Lehigh Valley or wherever he went. Christopher Sanchez is actually on the hill tonight. First pitch of that game is at 7:45. And lastly, a quick football note. The ratings are out for the Hall of Fame game between Arizona and Carolina. 7 million people tuned in. But again, I was not one of those. Today,
you were watching meaningless hockey that nobody in America can consume.
No, they have not even started hockey yet, so I was not even doing that. I was preparing for this show.
For all the other non-football people out there that try to say that their sport matters, it doesn't. The NFL Hall of Fame game, 7 million viewers. That is more than the most watched baseball game this season.
Yep.
Or any NHL game last season.
That's fact.
Including the Stanley Cup.
That's fact.
People would rather watch the Cardinals and Panthers in a meaningless August game than a bunch of guys on ice skates slapping around a puck.
Although that was a pretty good game, actually, 33-30. But anyway,
exactly.
That this Saturday, starting at 10 a.m., it's the 12-hour sale event at Ashley. Save up to 70%, plus enjoy free delivery. Plus, they're giving away free prizes every hour. Big savings, big giveaways, and one big day to shop. Don't miss the 12-hour sale this Saturday at Ashley. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
There he is, Phil Almquist. Philly weather currently 72 degrees, a high of 87 today with a slight chance of a dinner time shower. Weather brought to you by the United States Post Office and their Ground Advantage. Business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. A Tuesday Big Take on the way. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
Some bits about belly buttons from the Berkeley Wellness Center. That belly button lint is just a mixture of clothing fibers, dead skin, sweat, and bacteria. Guys get more because abdominal hair actually pulls fabric fibers right down into the navel. To keep it clean, gently wash with warm soapy water or a mild saltwater solution and then pat it dry. And skip body lotion in your belly button. Moisture breeds bacteria. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Captivating and charismatic. The Range Rover Evoque is engineered for comfort at every turn. Combines contemporary luxury with peerless refinement. Discover this and more at 1.9% APR for 60 months or lease for $619 per month for 36 months. Drive one home today from Land Rover Westchester, Willow Grove, Wilmington, or Harrisburg.
2026 Range Rover Evoque S lease with $69.95 due at signing. Includes down payment, zero security deposit, acquisition fee, and first month's payment. Tax, and license excluded for well-qualified leasees. See dealer for details.
Babbel proudly presents The Bookstore Bungle.
Librairie means library in French, right?
Yeah, obviously.
I just love a library.
The French are so loud, though.
Yeah. Hey, be quiet. This is a library. S'il vous plaît.
Ce n'est pas une bibliothèque.
Bibliothèque? I think that's Spanish, ma'am.
You are in a bookstore, not a library.
Oh. No more bookstore bungles with Babbel.
Ah, touriste.
Learn to speak like a local and act like one too. Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. Babbel.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
At Tri-County CDJR, something exciting is happening. Our inventory is going up while our prices are going down. And right where they meet, that's the perfect moment to buy. Right now, get up to 20% off new 2026 Ram 1500s, including a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. More inventory, lower prices. Find your perfect deal at 422jeep.com. That's 422jeep.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers. If you're looking for the perfect engagement ring, don't settle. At our family-owned store in Newtown Square, we design and create every ring ourselves, so you're dealing direct with the designer, me. Custom doesn't have to cost more, but poor quality will cost you for years. Step up to the 5th C and get an heirloom quality ring that's as unique as your love story at Cozy Jewelers. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It is 6:36. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company here on a super busy Tuesday. We have a ton to get to. The latest with Fauci, the latest recommendations from the Trump administration, and the rolling out of AI in a 911 situation. All before we get to the cut sheet. But first, a Tuesday morning big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. The Big Take. The race, and then there's race. You know, racism is an ugly thing. However, I've long said on this show that the demand doesn't match the supply that mainstream media and the Democrats covet in order to keep the divide and the grift going. And race relations are not what they were yesteryear, and they will also never be perfect. But one thing is blatantly obvious to me. The racism that is out there visibly and vocally is geared towards 2 sets of people. Quote, white people and Jews. And as my mom always told me, Nick, 2 wrongs don't make a right. But the racism that is promoted, elevated, and allowed to go unchecked in 2026 is blatantly obvious. If you are white, just shut up and take it, because of things that happened 7 decades ago or 2 centuries ago. If you are Jewish, you will accept it because for closing in on 3 years, anti-Semitism has been given a turbocharged injection of hatred from idiotic Americans and other people around the globe who stand with Palestine, or radical socialists and communists who are perhaps running for office, hoping to gain points with immigrants from the Middle East, some of whom perhaps are here illegally to begin with. Heck, if you're running for governor of a battleground state and you're Asian, you can say all sorts of nonsensical stuff and perhaps get away with it, at least in the legacy media. But maybe, just maybe, it comes with a catch. And if you are a talented white girl in a predominantly black professional sport, you, yes, you, are still the definition of white privilege. But let's start first and foremost with the state of Wisconsin. Tiffany Fong is the Democratic primary frontrunner for the governor's race in the key battleground state. Polls opening up shortly. She is a 97% favorite to win her primary today. However, according to Polymarket, she only has a 42% chance to defeat Tom Tiffany, the Trump-endorsed Republican, this fall in the general election. And Fong is so crazy that both Bernie Sanders and AOC have not and will not endorse her. You see, there's crazy, and then there's bat, sugar, honey, iced tea crazy. She is the latter. For those who don't recall, she's the one who said we should cancel Thanksgiving in America. I'm sure that'll go over well with the residents in Wisconsin who want to sit down on Thanksgiving Thursday every year and watch the Packers beat the snot out of the Detroit Lions. Here was Fong bloviating on how disgusted she was to have married a white man. Listen and watch.
I wasn't always aware of the struggles of other communities of color because for me, assimilation always kind of took over. And so I did marry. My proximity to whiteness continues, right? My son is biracial. He's half white and half Korean. And I think navigating, what his identity is and how people perceive him is always at the back of my mind as well.
Assimilation took over? What is proximity to whiteness, by the way? By the way, she is USC educated, and I think she's stupid. But her disdain for white folks doesn't stop with canceling Thanksgiving or nonsensical verbiage like proximity to whiteness. Glenn Beck points out the irony of this story in which Fong self-admits another asinine assumption at a burger joint 7 years ago. Listen and watch this.
Francesca Hong. She's a current Democratic gubernatorial candidate for the state of Wisconsin. She was at a Culver's fast food restaurant, and this is what she posted. Now listen to this. I ate 2 bites of my kid's cheeseburger at a Culver's in Black River Falls and told him that they had run out of ice cream. Mostly, I just wanted to leave because I was on the verge of an anxiety attack. Too many old white people who didn't think we spoke English.
Anxiety attack. Ridiculous assumption in the year 2019? Because you thought a white person didn't think that you spoke English? Ladies and gentlemen, you are staring down the barrel of woke 2. Maybe that's why woke 1 can't get on board. Isn't that right, AOC? Listen and watch.
I have a local city councilman that has this saying woke 1 was crazy.
Woke 1 was crazy. Okay, that's
and
Isn't AOC just so angelic on liberal TV networks? It's not the same person you get on social media. No rage shouting or jumping around like a Price is Right contestant at a rally as she riles up her radical base. Quite the change of tune, huh? Here she was during peak Woke 1. Never forget this montage. Listen and watch.
It's a place of privilege to be woken up to this. You know, if you never knew this was an issue before, and now you're realizing it now, you know, there's a huge privilege in that.
We're having a hearing right now, and it's about that the federal government is too woke. This is what this whole term woke means, or diversity and inclusion, so that the people who work in our federal workforce are actually in proportion to the people that live in this country. Woke 1 was crazy.
Woke 1 was crazy. Yeah, it was. And let me tell you something. If Tom Tiffany loses, he should board a 2-person flight along with Senate Majority Leader John Thune and take a one-way flight to Siberia and never return. Staying with race, let me get to the WNBA. Headline from the Washington Examiner. The WNBA has a black entitlement problem. Now, why would somebody have the temerity to write something so blatantly obvious? Well, this is what happened to WNBA star Sophie Cunningham this weekend for merely standing up for biological women. And we're not talking about the nonsense that is transgender this and dudes and women's sports. Purely on the prism of race here. Here was a massively hard foul that she took. And then the video you'll see has a social media post of the violator immediately upon being ejected from the game. Listen and watch this.
Face coming down, trying to prevent the layup, but that is just
a hard hit, that's definitely going to be upgraded, I think, to a flagrant 2, Ryan.
I think that is going to be a flagrant 2. There is wind up, there is follow through, there's potential for injury.
Without
Sophie
question.
Cunningham in a vulnerable position in the air.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question why Sophie.
I mean, that was a professional wrestling clothesline above the shoulders. DeJounte Carrington almost took Cunningham's head off, makes no play for the ball at all, gets a flagrant 2, and is ejected. And immediately upon being disqualified, she goes to the locker room and tweets what you saw in the video, quote, white privilege, and then tags the Indiana Fever, which is the team Cunningham and Caitlin Clark play for. Let me ask you something very basic. If the roles were reversed, race-wise, how would the league and the media react if Sophie Cunningham tweeted, quote, black privilege, after fouling the hell out of Carrington and being ejected? I think we all know that answer. See, there are course corrections, and then there is comedy. And this is comedic at this point, a total joke. Why are white people and Jews on the receiving end of this in such a manner that it goes unchecked by the so-called virtuous? You know, the diversity, the equity, the inclusion crowd. We're all equal, right? Well, seems a bit hypocritical to me, does it not? The judge, the jury, and the executioner, and that mob mentality of the left and the females out there, they're all silent. It's sad that so many are afraid to speak up and speak out about this. Well, here on Kayal and Company, we will. And we do. There's no protected communities here. Just common sense. Just right from wrong. Sometimes it's black and white. Sometimes there's many shades of gray. And Republicans, get ready. Woke 2 is taken off. Hopefully, it takes a detour and it doesn't land this fall in a jurisdiction near you. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by our buddies at Bucks County Estate Traders. Make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 high-quality pieces meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. BucksCountyEstateTraders.com, the large showroom in Hatfield. By the way, it is the region's largest high-end furniture destination. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on X at 1210 WPHT, and of course, the YouTube chat. So, I don't know if you noticed this yesterday. There was more videos, Dawn, of AOC. She's out there, and now all of a sudden you have people out there that are actually trying to paint and portray her as a moderate compared to some of these crazies like Hong in Wisconsin. Your thoughts on what I consider just to be overt and blatant racism, and why is it that white people and Jewish people have to just sit back and take it? Because the legacy media won't defend you, even though they claim that racism is a one-way street in this country.
Yeah, and that's just it. First of all, I did find it interesting that AOC during the Jonathan Karl interview that, was on, you talked about just now and yesterday on Greg's cut sheet, and the fact that she is distancing herself and won't endorse Hong in Wisconsin, I think that's highly significant because she knows full well that Hong has some real problems. And I just think that AOC wants to distance herself and doesn't want to fully come out and go, yeah, I fully endorse her. I hope she wins. And so I think that's significant because deep down AOC knows what's what. But I also think it's what taints even, the Michigan candidate now who everybody's kind of fawning over. Mm-hmm. And that is, if you look at who he surrounds himself with, think of that's Abdul Saeed, obviously, but who he's surrounding himself with. Mm-hmm. Somebody like Hassan Piker, who says, we are going to get rid of the white race. Yes. I mean, he's saying that quiet part out loud. I'm grateful that they're saying the quiet part out loud so we know.
Right. When somebody tells you who they are, you should try to believe them.
Now, just imagine the opposite. Imagine, God forbid, anybody saying the opposite of what somebody like Hassan Piker just said. So imagine somebody saying, we're going to get rid of fill in the blank of any other ethnicity. People would be losing their minds on the mainstream media.
Yeah.
But to say specifically, basically the ethnic cleansing and the racist hatred of white people, that's what I realized. Because I kept thinking, well, why are all these people wanting to come into this country if they hate America?
Right.
They actually don't hate America. They just hate white people.
Mm-hmm.
So they're coming to America to now change everything we're all about, our freedom, the way that, who we are, how we identify, if you will.
Yeah.
And so if you're an American, or you're, God forbid, a white American, or you're, God forbid, like a strong woman, white, or whatever, I don't know. Are they going after all Americans who are just people who believe in America and our foundational beliefs? Is it just white America? I think that's just the beginning.
Yeah, well, Woke 1.0 was just the beginning. Like Woke 2.0, Woke 2. I mean, think about, I've got like almost a woke family tree here. Think about it. It started with
a woke family
It's
tree.
the woke family tree here. This will get clipped later, and Dan will do a great job with artificial intelligence. So you have Bernie, right? Like he's the pawpaw, and then AOC was the protege, and then in comes Zohran Mamdani, and along the way we have Francesca Hong in Wisconsin. We have Hassan Piker on the social media influencer side. We had Graham Plattner in Maine, Nazi tattoo on his chest. We have El Sayed in Michigan. Locally, we have Bob Brooks up in Northampton County, Lehigh Valley. We have Chris Rabb here down in Philadelphia. And the tree is branching out here. And if Republicans, like you said, and you said this multiple times yesterday, you better get it together. You're going back to your 2022 pregame speech. Get it together, GOP, because the tentacles have been expanded and they're extended and they're out right now. The talons of the hawk are out and they're getting ready to swoop in, and they don't like middle-class white Americans. They don't like capitalism. They think corporate CEOs are greedy. They celebrate death in the streets and blood on your hands and all this other stuff. And I think some of it is just merely to rile up a base. Because to your point, Dawn, like, I don't know that these people necessarily hate America, because if you hate America, you wouldn't stay here or you wouldn't come here in the first place. But they just look at all of the stuff. This is really like, think about how Al Sharpton and these guys, they ran the race grift for decades and made millions off of it. This is just a repackaged, refurbished version, although it's more direct and in your face. It's not waiting for the rare occurrence when a police officer does something wrong, like a George Floyd moment, and then they use that to, broadly paint a picture that all cops are bad. No, like 99% of cops are good. They're coming straight for the jugular right now. They're coming right for your throat. And I even saw a video of Hassan Piker, and maybe we'll do a big take on this tomorrow, where there's a clip of him where he says, I'm just trying to make people understand where we're coming from. That's a hell of a way to try to get your message across, isn't it?
I just don't buy that.
No,
and
I don't
even
either.
with AOC, saying up, now they're calling her, the word pragmatic, as she now tries to move more to the middle. Why? Because Greg Stocker was right for how long that, she's thinking she has presidential ambitions. But the problem with that is that it's so far away from what she said before. And so we can play that montage and watch her so-called evolution. Is it really an evolution?
No.
Or is it somebody who says, oh, well, that was hot. That was so in. And so for these little quick clicks on social media to just switch around means she doesn't really believe in anything except her career politician job.
It's no different
That's
than code.
what she believes in.
It's no different than code switching when you change your accent based on the jurisdiction you're doing a rally in. Phil, let's roll K5. Jessica Tarlov and the Raging Moderates podcast, where Tarlov says AOC is now trying to slide more to be a moderate Democrat.
I mean, she can't be. She is now compared to the real core DSA wing, like the far left stuff, like the Daria Liza. AOC is like a moderate Dem on a comparative basis.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
She's very good, and Republicans, I'm not saying voters, but her relationships with Republicans on the Hill, I think, is one of her most under-discussed and most important qualities. People genuinely like her.
That's
I think
super
it's
interesting.
good.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Listen to Tim Burchett, for instance, super conservative representative, loves AOC. You cannot get him to say a bad word about her. So
That's really powerful. There's no doubt about it.
That's fine. I don't need you to say bad words about her, Tim Burchett. It's her policies that are bad.
But Nick, to that point, and that's a great, and I thought of that yesterday during just watching different interviews of different lawmakers saying, well, on a personal level, I like AOC. Well, here's the thing. When do you hear, except for Fetterman, when do you hear, a Democrat legislator say anything like that about Republicans who we know they're quite chummy with?
Mm-hmm.
You don't.
Right.
And so they all, seriously, they all, on the Democrat side, with the exception of Fetterman, which is why they're primarying him and they want to get him out of there, right? Because they all do come together. President Trump has said this. Mm-hmm. The Democrats, they all coalesce. They all come together like a bunch of sheep. And no matter who it is, they're going to strongly push fund for that woman and not create any friction. And so, basically, Jessica Tarloff, the first part of what she said was my point, was that when you look at AOC, mm-hmm. she is now playing herself as a mainstream person, but we have all the receipts. She was totally for...
She's a squad down.
Defund the police, anti-ICE, anti-law enforcement.
Yep.
And so we have to remember that. That's who she is. And so either she believed it before and she's lying now, or she believes in nothing.
Yeah. I want you to think about this as we go to a break. Think about the political spectrum, right smack dab in the middle, the centrist. From a Democrat perspective, Joe Manchin would be considered a centrist Democrat. Next over, you slide over moderate. You're going to claim AOC is a moderate? No. To the left of moderate is liberal. You have like a Hillary Clinton. To the left of a liberal is a progressive like Kamala Harris. I think AOC is between Kamala Harris and pure communism. So this attempt to make her more moderate, I think will fall on deaf ears. I really do, because the receipts are out there if you want to educate yourself. But I get it. Not everybody lives on social media. 855-839-1210. Hour number 2 is on the way. Vaccines on the Fauci front, the phone, and also new guidance, suggestions, recommendations with childhood vaccines from the current administration. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, we're back after this.
Got to talk about my friends from Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I want you to take a look at your roof, and you shouldn't wait until fall. Just check it out. Make sure that your roof is in good condition, because you know what? Here we are, TikTok. We're in August, and I'm going to tell you about a deadline coming up at the end of this month. This is important because, once the fall sets in, once the cooler weather and the storms arrive, any kind of small roofing issues quickly become expensive repairs. Right now is the perfect time. Protect your home and save. So through the end of this month, through August 31st, my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding offering 25% off a brand new roof. And here's one of the many reasons I've trusted Chapman over the years. One of them is that they're a GAF Certified Plus contractor. What does that mean? Well, it means Chapman can offer the Silver Pledge warranty, adding up to 10 years of workmanship coverage. Most roofing companies simply cannot offer this. So if you've been thinking about replacing your roof, right now is the time. The best time before the fall rush, right? So lock in your savings. Enjoy peace of mind before the seasons change. Do this now. Call my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Schedule this thing. Get your free consultation on the calendar. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. This deadline ends at August 31st. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Seven o'clock. Welcome back in hour 2 of Kayal and Company here on a Rooney List Tuesday. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by Crystal Cave Park. For a fun summer attraction, visit nearby Crystal Cave Park in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. Always a cool 54 degrees when you are amongst the stalactites, that's up top, and the stalagmites, that's on the bottom. Think about it like AOC and Riley. AOC's on the top, Riley's on the bottom. If you get my drift.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, I would never complain. I'm all for doing less.
I know.
Visit crystalcavepa.com. Crystal Cave Park in nearby Kutztown, the coolest summer attraction around. 855-839-1210 is the number if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. We're going to get to Bobby Kennedy and Trump and the new recommendations on a multitude of vaccines for children. We'll get to that shortly. But I want to start with the other big story on the vaccine front, and that is what happened yesterday as the breaking news came down with Senators Ron Johnson and Rand Paul releasing the first batch of texts from Dr. Anthony Fauci's government phone. In one 2021 exchange, Fauci, then CDC Director Rochelle Walensky, and Surgeon General Vivek Murthy discussed COVID vaccinations and pregnant women. I want to roll this, Phil. This is K2. Some of the details that came down and the breaking news courtesy of Fox News. Listen and watch this.
Right now, Republican Senators Ron Johnson and Rand Paul releasing the first batch of text messages from Dr. Anthony Fauci's government iPhone. In one exchange from January of 2021, Fauci, then CDC Director Rochelle Walensky, and then Surgeon General Vivek Murthy discussed COVID vaccination and pregnant women. Fauci flags a potential concern after the second dose, writing that many people experience, quote, significant cytokine storm and fever, and that this, quote, theoretically could be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. Walensky responds, quote, definitely a good point, especially after dose 2. A cytokine storm is essentially when the body releases too many inflammatory signals that could cause high fever, inflammation, and in extreme cases, life-threatening illness. So this is just coming to light now, Sandra, that Fauci had these concerns. And I remember when I got the boosters, I developed pericarditis, then that went away. Then when I had the second booster, it came roaring back again. So, the body reacts differently to these things depending on
okay,
who you
so
are.
that was the news yesterday. Then, obviously, in the social media world that we live in, we have plenty of receipts that will contradict, because a lot of times what we've seen over the last 6 years is one thing is being discussed internally, privately, on government devices, perhaps in an email chain, and it contradicts what they're putting out there on legacy media. Phil, let's go to clip K4. This was Fauci on COVID shots and the effect on pregnant women.
Approximately 20,000 pregnant women have been vaccinated with no red flags, as we say, and this is being monitored by the CDC and the FDA.
Okay, no red flags. Well, according to one expert, that is not true. Let's roll to K6 last night, because there's a lot of debate over the percentage of individuals impacted by the COVID shot that ultimately led to women having miscarriages. I don't know what the true number is, but again, we have this conflicting battle of, well, this person says it's minimal, this person says it's 200%. Let's roll K6. This is Katie Pavlich speaking on News Nation last night with one source who says, you know what, it was actually higher than the government has told us.
That 82% number of women having a miscarriage in the first trimester after receiving the COVID vaccine. There's been some pushback on that. There are other doctors saying that's a misrepresented number in the data. Can you tell us about what you testified to make it clear what we're looking at here?
Yes, thanks for having me on, Katie. It's very, very clear from two separate, really three sources. My own personal clinical experience, which is vast and probably unparalleled by any other maternal fetal medicine doctor during the time. I saw 27,500 pregnant patients between 2019 and 2023. So I witnessed it with my own eyes. But second source was the Pfizer 5.3.6 post-market data release. That was actually leaked in mid-2021, early 2021. I had a copy of it. And in that release, Pfizer's own data on page 12 showed an 81% miscarriage rate. Then later on that year, April 21st, 2021, was the New England Journal of Medicine study, which was a fraudulent study. I believe it is my opinion that this was ghost written, probably by Pfizer, and it was extremely poorly written. But what the data clearly showed, Katie, was that the miscarriage rate of the raw data that they presented was an 82% miscarriage rate. Now, they quoted 827 pregnancies that they followed. 700 of those pregnant women had their vaccine after 28 weeks in the last trimester, when it's way past the opportunity to have a miscarriage. So if you take those 700 patients out, what you have is 104 miscarriages out of 127 pregnancies. That equals 82%. That's the raw data. If it was presented very poorly, if somebody else wants to interpret it differently, so be it.
That is Dr. James A. Thorpe, an OBGYN and maternal fetal medicine subspecialist with Pavlich.
Yeah, and just so we're clear that this doctor, what he's quoting is what was released officially into the government record yesterday. So part of that more than 80% miscarriage rate that they're talking about in late term pregnancy for these women, which is devastating in my opinion, is that this was data that was released yesterday in which Fauci, in these phone conversations, because they have his cell phone, they're transcribing it, and they released a slew of, so this is official. This is not, I just want everybody to be clear that if you're just waking up this morning and you think, oh, there's some OBGYN somewhere who's really, no. Right. The OBGYN is, yes, talking about his experience of having patients in his personal practice who were, God forbid, experiencing miscarriages. I myself went through as many as 8 miscarriages. 2 were late term. This is hell on earth. to imagine that they went through this and that by taking a vaccine they were told was safe and it triggered a late term miscarriage is wow. When I saw this yesterday, I just, first of all, prayed for those women and families who went through that. It's devastating, but this will no doubt in my mind spur lawsuits. This is evidentiary. This is tangible evidence of COVID vaccines that allegedly triggered or may have triggered late-term miscarriages for these women. OMG. This is horrifying to me, but I just want to make it clear. It's not just one doctor.
No.
This is evidenced, and it is released now officially in our government's record.
And
wow.
The New York Post story, Fauci privately warned of miscarriage risk linked to COVID vaccine while publicly claiming no issues in newly released text messages and what they show. Let me just give you a couple of quotes here. I'll set this story up for you. So Dr. Anthony Fauci privately raised concerns that the COVID vaccine could theoretically be linked to miscarriages in expectant mothers, despite having publicly insisted, quote, there were no red flags for pregnant women.
But he was talking about first trimester. I just want to be clear here.
Yeah, this is
he was talking about first trimester. Nobody. I mean, it's very rare, and that's the point here.
Okay.
It's extremely rare once you're after 5 months pregnant. I mean, because I walked this walk, I just wanted everybody to understand this. Once you're past 5 months, that's if you have had miscarriages before, your doctor might even tell you, and this happened to me. I was at Fox 29 and they said, you know what, you've had some miscarriages, don't announce it. Once I got to that 5 months, they said, you know what, you can go ahead. You're safe. And that's what you're told.
Yeah, that's what my sister did.
So, right, that you think, okay, I'm safe. So the fact that they had any data that they thought this new emergency only approved situation was safe, and they were telling women that, and they knew, oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm. And here's the receipts. Quote, I asked around a bit more, and another issue came up that you need to be aware of, quote, wrote Fauci in a January 25th, 2021 text message with then CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky and Surgeon General Vivek Murthy. Quote, since many people have significant cytokines,
mm-hmm.
Okay. Cytokines. Thank you. Cytokine storm and fever after the second dose. This theoretically could be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. Added then NIH Director Tony Fauci. This guy's a skunk. Okay. This guy's a POS. All right. He has an ego that just can't be dented. This is a guy who's, and that they're investigating this now. And again, I know, I get it. He's not going to jail. I get it. Okay. It doesn't change the fact that this dude is garbage. And his shot that he pimped was garbage. It was only good for those in desperate need of it with comorbidities, obesity, on the fact that, I mean, forget we always hear about I'm in the prime of my life. I'm in great physical condition. I didn't need the shot. That's why I wanted to tee you up on, because I can't imagine, like you said it, miscarriages are hell. And, I bust balls all the time and throw out words like, the broads are here again. Like, I can't imagine what women go through for 9 months carrying around another human being. And then I've seen family members, they'll go unnamed. I've seen them go through the trauma of a miscarriage and how upset the expectant
and
mother
the couples.
is. And
it's not just about women, right? When you're pregnant,
and the dad, the husband,
daddy, and you're listening to the heartbeat. By then, you've had you've had at least one, if not two, ultrasounds.
Mm-hmm.
You have those little pictures of the baby. You've named the baby. You have the nursery. So this is if indeed this. I know they recovered 34,000 texts, and they're going through and transcribing. If indeed all of this is true, the way they're saying it, and I'm just glad for the transparency. But I just think this is so deeply personal and painful for people. And if they had a hint that this was a higher risk, particularly in later pregnancy, when you think you're safe, wow. Mm-hmm. It took my, honest to God, it took my breath away when I saw this yesterday.
Yeah. Biden White House chief medical advisor at the time would go on to say, quote, tens and tens and tens of thousands of women who have been followed by the CDC, who have been vaccinated when they were pregnant. There's no indication whatsoever that there's any increase of any adverse issues in a pregnant woman who is vaccinated compared to a pregnant woman who wasn't vaccinated. It's pretty clear that pregnant women should get vaccinated. You know what's so infuriating? And you just mentioned a word that the light bulb just went off for me, transparency. That's the thing that bothers me the most. Like, I'm not expecting a doctor to bat 1,000, right? He's, medicine, science, vaccines, pills. It's not all one size fits all. Other people have adverse reactions. We all have different genes and DNA and this and that and the other thing and family history. Like, I get that. But dude, like, you are supposed to be looking out for the betterment of the American people. You were like America's doctor for COVID. And the fact that you were a fraud and just I thought like science was like, hey, okay, well, this is the way it's always been done. But upon further review and other research and other peer-reviewed journals and articles and other contemporaries, they might have done a sample size and a trial run, and they arrive at a different conclusion. What is so criminal about taking what person A says based on their data and what person B has found based on their data? And if they're both credible surveys and data, and we're going to get to Bobby Kennedy, and this guy's been known to pull numbers out of his ass, so he's no absolute either. And oh, by the way, he's not a doctor. But like, we can't have the conversation of what's best for me given my current situation. We had to all bow down and worship one guy like he created the subject of science. That's what pisses me off the most. I'm not expecting you to be perfect, man. I got it. Nobody is. But dude, you were running cover for yourself, for pharma, for profits, and allegedly. In many regards, thumbing your nose at half of America. That's what pisses me off.
And so, and it should. And so in this one, just looking back on this and think of all of there's a ton of news that we're all, my God, we're like scrunching. And I was up at 3:30. There was like so much. I'm like going through, how are we going to parse through all of this today? What I'm going to say is that even though they came out with those vaccine, the MMR, which you're going to get to, talking about autism in relation to any type of link to any kind of childhood vaccines, all of that, to me personally, when I look at all of the news out there, the fact that you have this link that they allegedly, and I'm going to say allegedly because I think this right here is a hook to hang some things on or some people on, because the CDC officially had recommended going back to the summer of 2021. That's when the CDC told us, think of this, August of 2021, the CDC made the official recommendation, pregnant women, you get the vaccine. There is no increase in miscarriage for pregnant women. It's safe. That's what we heard. And until yesterday, and here's where I'm going with this, when Senator Johnson, and he's Wisconsin, my brother knows him, he's a really good guy. So Johnson, talking about the release of those texts, and said that this could have an immediate impact on public health, adding that if you know this information, it is urgent. You don't wait an hour a day. You know what I'm saying? So my question right now is, okay, here we are. I mean, we're on a Tuesday morning on August the 11th of 2026, nearly 5 years after they knew this. Mm-hmm. Why are we just hearing about this today or yesterday, I should say?
Yep.
So who all knew? Because I have a really hard time thinking a whole bunch of people. So this is not just about Anthony Fauci.
No.
Right?
No, he's the poster boy, but there's others. Yeah. No question. And I say others, tons. Dozens probably.
OMG. So,
well, the wheels of justice are slow. This is the way it always works. We find out 5, 6, 8, 10, 12 years later. And of course, you have statute of limitations and all sorts of other protections. And of course,
but they're. I mean, to your point, you just used the key word, Nick. Protection. Yeah, we know that you can't sue the vaccine company because Congress has that law.
Yep. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, continue on this front, what Trump and Bobby rolled out yesterday via EO. That would be executive order. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Got to talk about our friends at Piazza. We're all broadcasting, of course, from the Piazza Auto Group studios and Premium Automobiles studios. So You know what? There is this feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz. Wow, what a feeling. Confidence, craftsmanship, arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of these beautiful new, brand new vehicles, the GLC and GLE SUVs. Just visit your local authorized Piazza dealer, Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Experience for yourself the luxury, the innovation, the performance that truly sets apart Mercedes-Benz. The Welcome Home celebration happening right now. Mercedes-Benz at Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PIAZZA, PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. It's time to step up to the plate. The summer sell-out event at Barlow is here. Add Barlow discounts to factory rebates, and these deals are knocking it out of the park. The GMC lineup is stacked with power, with the Sierra leading the way. The Buick lineup combines style, comfort, and confidence. Slide into Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury before these deals are out of here, or shop 24/7 at BarlowAutoGroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
You know the feeling. It's 2 a.m. You're awake, running the numbers in your head. Payroll's coming. A client hasn't paid. Costs just went up. And you're thinking, how am I going to make this work? That's where LendSeek comes in.
That was me. I had payroll in 3 days and money tied up in receivables. I couldn't wait weeks for a bank. I went to LendSeek, and within minutes, I saw real funding options. They were clear, upfront, no games. By the next day, the money was in my account. Payroll went out, crisis over.
LendSeek uses AI to match your business with the right funding, up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours.
With LendSeek, it's not just funding, it's knowing you're covered when things get tight.
If you've been in business for at least 1 year with at least $500,000 annual revenue, apply today. No upfront costs, no prepaid penalties, because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
Maybe I should have listened to the home message first.
And welcome back to Get Ahead of It. First question, if your constipation with belly pain keeps coming back, you should...
Talk to your doctor.
Yes, it could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is the #1 prescribed branded treatment for IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily prescription pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Summer's the season for fresh starts, and nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth, PA has been a family business built on high quality and true craftsmanship, and they're making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation plus flexible financing to fit any budget. KitchenMagic.com. Make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it deserves. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What if everything you learned in history class was only half the story? I'm Dr. Harini Bhatt, host of Hidden History. Every Monday, I go where history gets mysterious. Vanished civilizations, doomsday prophecies, paranormal phenomena, and events that science still can't fully explain. On Hidden History, I treat these moments like open case files. Not myths, not superstition, just incomplete explanations waiting for a closer look. Listen to and follow Hidden History, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Rolling along on a Tuesday edition of Kayal and Company. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Good to have you aboard. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up just about 20 minutes from now. So many huge stories. What a day. A lot of fun yesterday. Wasn't a ton of huge stories yesterday, but today, oh my. Big day in the primaries. Wisconsin governor, obviously, front and center, Francesca Hong. I don't know why I called her Tiffany Fong earlier. Had a Biden moment. That's somebody else.
You know what? I thought I misheard you.
No,
because I'm like doing other things.
Correct. You heard correct. I had like I don't know. I'm going to have my brain studied when I die. I'm going to have my head examined. Just pull out my brain and open up my cranium. Maybe I'll be cryogenically frozen, Dawn. Like Ted Williams. Remember the whole Ted Williams frozen head debacle? Baseball player back in the day. Last guy to bat 400. Yeah, it was frozen. They froze his head. They just freeze my head and do research on it. Just don't let Fauci look at it.
Yeah. You know what else gets with Hong, the way her name, she pronounces her name, is that in the New York Post, they always call her the Wong choice, which also then you have Hong Wong. I don't know, like, stop.
Right.
And we're looking at everything, it's like thousands of pages.
Yep. Speaking of thousands of pages, I'm sure many will be writing thousands and thousands of articles, because what you're going to have now is you're going to have two little subsets of society. You're going to have the Fauci cult, and then, of course, you're going to have the small, select amount of people out there that are adamantly opposed to all vaccines, even though I think a majority of us probably pick and choose and try to do our own research and, okay, we're down with these vaccines. They seem obvious. Some of them are required for your child to be in school, yada, yada, yada. And yesterday I thought was interesting because Trump signs this sweeping order to overhaul childhood vaccines, and they call it the gold standard science. I want to roll a clip of Bobby here in a moment. But first, let me just start with this. President Donald Trump signed an executive order yesterday overhauling federal childhood vaccine recommendations, which I think is a key word, while declaring that, quote, vats of vaccine are currently pumped into your child's body during a signing ceremony at the White House. The order, called Gold Standard Childhood Vaccine Recommendations, represents a dramatic shift in federal immunization policy and directs health agencies to reconsider, another key word there, both which vaccines children routinely receive and how those shots are administered. That, according to the Washington Post, which first obtained a draft of the order. Here was RFK Jr. yesterday. Phil, let's roll clip K1 and then we'll get into this.
NIH has launched the Autism Data Science Initiative with 13 research awards examining autism prevalence, causes, treatments, and services. 5 of these will include vaccines among the potential factors that they examine. Dr. Bhattacharya will discuss that work in greater detail. Next month, ARPA-H is preparing a major new initiative focused on foundational causes and biology of autism and on better diagnostics, treatments, technologies, and tools for people with autism and their families. We will examine every biologically plausible hypothesis and leave no legitimate scientific question unexplored. Mr. President, you have told us that you want answers, so do I. We have just over 2 years to finish the work, and I know you're impatient, and we are moving with the urgency that deadline demands. We will bring you actions and findings as soon as they are ready. We will not wait for the 90-day period, and within 90 days, as you've directed, we will deliver.
Why is he shaking?
Yeah.
Why is he shaking like he's jonesing?
He's got issues.
Yeah, former heroin addict.
Yeah.
Giving us medical advice.
All sorts of stuff. I think the key takeaway for this is the following.
Don't listen to RFK Jr.?
Well, I would listen to Jay Bhattacharya, a guy who seemingly seemed to be onto the whole COVID stuff, and then was
Redfield.
Redfield.
He was right about everything.
He was right about everything, and we know Bhattacharya got blackballed at Stanford University for speaking out against vaccines. But to me, the key takeaway was broadly recommended, quote, broadly recommended, while others would be reserved for children considered at greater risk or left. This is a great part of this as well. Left up to parents and doctors to decide together. Flu and COVID vaccines would fall into the latter category. So they're going to sit there and they're going to say, okay, here's a bunch of vaccines we broadly recommend, and other ones that we're not so sure of, or where there's conflicting science or different surveys and results and studies, you know what? We'll leave it up to you, mom and dad, and your family practitioner and your family physician, and you do what you think is best for your family. Is that such a radical concept? And I know everybody wants to talk about autism. We can talk about it now. I don't know what the truth is. There's all these studies out there that debunk Bobby's theory. Nothing that says vaccines lead to autism, although we certainly have seen a dramatic rise in autism over the years. I don't know what the correct answer is. To be honest, I really don't care. I just like the fact that people can make their own decisions based on recommendations. I'm opposed to mandates. It's like the same, when we talk about like social media bans, and we're going to ban this and we're going to ban that. Bans don't work. And you know what?
Was there a mandate before for childhood vaccines?
Oh, yes. Your child could not go to kindergarten or go to a daycare.
So now that's been waived because of this executive order?
No, the executive order is just ceremonial.
Yeah.
They're a waste of time, in my opinion.
Well, here's what I would say about this, just so you guys know this. Mm-hmm. When my sons were born, remember the false, a lot of false information was swirling about SIDS and autism and all of that, because David's 19, Michael was born in 2004. So if you remember that time period, that was when there were questions about any kinds of links between SIDS especially and autism and other things. Okay. Mm-hmm. I had the conversation with my pediatrician, and here's the common thing. Did you know that, like the Apple Store nowadays, your pediatrician, you're pretty much timed. When you go into any doctor, whether it's your GP, your pediatrician, they pretty much have a time. They want to, if you notice, they don't want to sit there and chit chat.
It's transactional medicine.
Right. And so I always was, of course, the one who asked a ton of questions.
You're in there for an hour. Doctor's trying to get out the door.
They're like, oh my God, here she is again. So what my pediatrician said was, if you're worried about this, you can separate them out. It's not the vaccine itself necessarily, it's the preservatives. Right, thimerosal, remember that whole thing. So she just said, you know what, you can, if you feel more comfortable, you can separate them out. And so that's what I did. That's all they're recommending is exactly what I did. Separate them out.
So the amount you're getting is the same. It's just the dosage is spread out.
It's spread out. So what does that mean? Your tiny baby is not, sometimes you're getting like all these shots injected all at once. And what does that do? It affects your kids' immune. So if you're worried about anything, number one, you can spread it out so they're not getting 2 in this arm and 3 in that arm, that sort of thing. And, even though they say that except for flu shots, I think that
flu and COVID,
the concerning preservative that they were talking about that might trigger certain things isn't used to separate out things. So I did this with my kids. I mean, who's, David's 19. So I will say that this option has been around if you are not putting your 6-month-old baby or 3-month-old baby into a daycare. If you are, that's where this gets sketchy to me.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. How does it play out? Because I, honest to God, I don't recall. My kids were born in 2014. They went to elementary school starting in 2019, but that was in Nashville because I moved in 18. Then COVID came along, and then there was the mandates, and then the remote. What pushback do you receive from daycare centers at an early age based on your decision as a parent to vaccinate?
Let you in.
Some won't. Okay,
they won't let you in, and if they're private,
is that the precursor for the resistance you're going to face entering public school?
Nick, here's how I think it's going to go. Because to your point, I mean, when you issue any kind of an executive order, that's not a law passed by Congress, or So I think what you're going to see is that if something is attached to federal funding, then you probably have a greater leg to stand on. But what I hope this does on the good side is to encourage people to have the conversation and to become informed, which is what I believe in, which is what I've always done. What I fear is that this will just make people insecure in general about important vaccines. And I even wish, and how long have we talked about this? Mm-hmm. I really wish that we would even call it something different. In other words, some things they say you'll get inoculated. Remember that? So I wish that we would even say something is a flu shot rather being, immunized or inoculated. Something that is a different terminology.
That's the Aaron Rodgers terminology.
Exactly.
Remember Aaron Rodgers? Hey, 12. Did you get the COVID shot? I was immunized, and then he took all sorts of flack for that because he took alternative methods, and you couldn't question the COVID shot, right?
Yep. Yeah. So. To me, I hope that people, because remember in the Dana Pouty Dana Bash interview that we played, what was that, last week?
Oh, where her and Bobby were yelling at each other?
Yeah, they were going at it, and that was, so in that though, he said, I recommend, he recommends the measles vaccine, he recommends the polio vaccine. Nobody is saying don't get these important vaccines that wiped out horrifying childhood diseases that you don't need.
Yeah,
so measles is good.
He said don't get measles vaccine in the past.
And he did, yes. And he said all of his kids are vaccinated with those.
Of course, because do as I say, not as I do. That's this administration in a nutshell. Absolutely,
so what are you saying, that he was inconsistent?
Yes. Yeah, that's
Can
exactly
you play
what I'm
that clip? Can you play the clip, Greg Stocker, of RFK Jr. saying, don't get a polio vaccine, don't get a measles vaccine? Because I think we could find 100 clips where he says, all of my children are vaccinated, get these vaccines. So please play the clips.
Do we have the...
I love you.
Why don't you play the clips?
But you're wrong.
Why don't you play the clips, producer? Oh, God. Quiet.
Do we have the schedule of what you need as a child entering public school?
Yes.
How many are there? I believe I could be wrong. Don't hold me to this. There's about 36 vaccinations you need, roughly, to enter public school. I forget where
or daycare.
Or daycare. Is it roughly 2 to 3 dozen? And I'm just, because I think what's fascinating is everybody gets in their feelings over this subject. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like the abortion thing or certain things when it comes to your body and your choice and this whole stuff. And you're like, I guess I'm guilty of it. I could probably just take the time to look for it myself. I'd love to know what the schedule looks like from birth until entering kindergarten. And then, okay, give me the name of it. What is it preventing? And then give me the efficacy rate. This one's 98% likely to prevent you from getting whatever it's supposed to prevent. And then just make an informed decision. Now, there's another little layer to this. I think school choice comes into play here, right? If for some reason you have like religious beliefs or whatever you want to use as a validation or maybe perhaps an excuse not to do something, you fall back on that. And then if you have the ability to utilize a school of choice or a voucher where you maybe could go to a school where your child doesn't need to get X, Y, or Z or homeschooling or, all this other stuff. I think there's many layers to this. But Dawn, you found it real quickly, I guess?
Yes. So, and I'll put this on my show, the show sheet that I share with you guys so that you can tap into all this and have it, so we don't have to print it out or whatever. But for Philadelphia Public Schools and pretty much, everybody involved, wherever you are, I think this is pretty standard when you look at this. School District of Philadelphia, back to school news. K through 12 students. Pennsylvania law requires all K through 12 students to have all of these up-to-date immunizations. So if your child is entering kindergarten in Philadelphia, which is starting the 24th of August, so TikTok, we're just very shortly, we're away from that.
13 days.
16 individual doses across 5 specific vaccine categories, and then at least 1 dose of each required vaccine must be completed by the first day of school. So in that, diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, 5 doses, 5th dose before the 4th birthday, polio, which is IPV, 4 doses, and that's before the 4th birthday, and
what about
MMR 2 doses.
Okay.
And then chickenpox, which is called varicella. I know it's confusing when you look at all that stuff, but varicella is chickenpox.
Yeah. On a related note, we kick MMR's ass on YouTube. I just wanted to share that. But that's a different MMR. Measles, mumps, and what is it, whooping cough or whatever. So, but here's the thing. Like, when we talk about this, what do you think the percentage is of Americans that have all of those in line for their kid to enter school? Probably 99%, right? Like, I don't know that any of these are met with a ton of resistance and a ton of pushback. Yet the media will make you seem like there's this rising up against traditional time-tested science and vaccines. Like, who's really pushing back against do you need all of these? So, Dawn, did your boys go to private school their whole life?
Yes.
So not to pry, and if you don't want to answer, that's fine. But did everything you just read for entering kindergarten, I mean, your boys have, right?
Have all of it.
Okay.
So listen to this, for all grades. So 16 by the time you're 4.5, 5. So it's DTaP, which is 5 doses.
Yep.
And that's then polio 4 doses, MMR 2. Hepatitis B is the controversial one. So remember I told you guys, and I think she's put it out on social media, but my niece Molly just had a baby boy, her 3rd child, and she was in the hospital. Her 2 older little boys, she never questioned it, but she just started just investigating, educating. So she said to them, "You've already tested me for hepatitis B. I'm not even at high risk, but you've tested me, and I know that I don't have it, and my husband doesn't have it. Nobody in the family has it. So why does my newborn baby have to get a Hep B shot? Because they just shoot up your newborn baby, boom, all these shots." And so they really, she really had an argument, a pushback from the nurses and the doctor.
Yeah.
And she just held her ground and just said, "I'm going to hold off on that one." And so, but of course, everything else, yes, polio, blah, blah, blah. So she really got into it, though. Yeah. And there were arguments, and it was a fight.
Yeah.
And then she just said, "No, I'm not doing Hep B. Right now, she's a stay-at-home mom. There's no reason for this." And so the issue is just know your stuff and become well educated. But again, I hope to God that for our society, people don't start just saying, "Well, I'm not getting any vaccines." They're getting dangerous, because that's the wrong answer too.
Well, but you know what? Who's to blame for that? The administration of the past and the Faucis and the CDCs and the NIHs and all of that. When you create this mistrust, then it spreads like wildfire. And now, we've cited the numbers from Pew Research. The American trust in all of our big institutions is at rock bottom across the board. Like you always say, Dawn, we're all getting played. Americans are tired of getting played. And then you're eventually going to pass on something that you probably should take, but you're going to have hesitancy because of dicks like Fauci that decided that their ego and their pockets were more important than the Hippocratic oath of doing what's best for the patient and not being honest and burying information, keeping it in a government phone. I hate that guy. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. These days, the question is, what didn't make the cut sheet? Never-ending cut sheet coming up next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This segment sponsored by Ashley Furniture this Saturday starting at 10 a.m. It's the 12-hour sale event at Ashley. Save up to 70%. Plus, enjoy free delivery. Plus, they're giving away prizes every hour. Big savings, big giveaways, and one big day to shop. Don't miss the 12-hour sale this Saturday at Ashley's.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've spent years taking care of everyone else. Now it's your turn. Whether you've been thinking about replacing missing teeth, improving your smile, or restoring the ability to eat and smile comfortably, Dr. Robert Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz, board-certified prosthodontists, specialize in complex restorative and cosmetic dentistry. You can smile confidently in photos, enjoy meals, laugh freely, and feel yourself again. Schedule a consultation with Bentz Dental Group. 610-272-6949.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm and have resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Summer's coming to an end. Now's the time to get organized. Closet Factory Philadelphia creates custom closets, garages, pantries, and home offices designed around your lifestyle. Schedule your free design consultation today at ClosetFactory.com. Closet Factory Philadelphia.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
At Tri-County CDJR, something exciting is happening. Our inventory is going up while our prices are going down. And right where they meet, that's the perfect moment to buy. Right now, get up to 20% off new 2026 Ram 1500s, including a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. More inventory, lower prices. Find your perfect deal at 422jeep.com. That's 422jeep.com.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
If you're over the age of 50, government data shows you likely have retirement accounts like IRAs, 401ks, 403bs, 457s, or SEP accounts. Those accounts represent years of saving and steadily building what many believe is fully theirs. Think of those savings as a pie. Every contribution, every year of growth, makes that pie larger. But in a traditional retirement account, that growth is tax deferred, not tax free. This week's expert report explains that while you may feel like the senior partner of that account, the IRS is your junior partner and has the authority to decide how and when that pie gets sliced. When required minimum distributions begin, the IRS sets the withdrawal schedule, and those withdrawals are taxed as ordinary income. And if those distributions push you into a higher tax bracket, you'll be subjected to a higher tax bill, increased Medicare premiums, and Social Security taxation. And if the government raises taxes in the future, their share of your pie grows even larger. So the real question becomes, when and how do you take that money out without giving away more than is necessary? That decision requires precision. While we are not CPAs nor tax accountants, we at Crash Proof Retirement utilize advanced software to map out a detailed strategy that is tailored to your retirement goals, designed to maximize tax efficiency with the potential to increase your tax-free wealth. If you are in or near retirement, now is the time to learn how to keep more of your retirement pie on your plate, not the government's. Schedule a meeting with a retirement phase expert by calling 800-722-9728 or visiting crashproofretirement.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 7:47. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company here on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Good to have you aboard. We have Fight Club coming up at 9:10 this morning. Steve Pacraduni, our resident pain in the butt, sent me a text. He says, yeah, Matt Rooney, court continuance, good excuse. I don't think he wants to be shamed again anymore for not making a donation by you guys.
I agree.
Rooney! Good luck, buddy. I know you're in court. Let's get to a Tuesday edition. What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Rooney Tuesday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by dealerships. Both dealerships look at the big American flag. Thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring the ever-important Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Yes, Dawn made reference to this in the 6 o'clock hour about the secret plane that Trump took from.
This is a wild story.
He's flown from flying from NATO, or the NATO from Turkey to the UK.
Yep.
And how the press was used as decoys. I'm going to start with 29 here. I think she was on the flight. I'm not sure.
Oh, the Collins.
I think so. I think
Trump's
so.
like, we're going to put Caitlyn there, put Margaret Brennan there.
The headline, amid Iran threat, Trump secretly switched planes in a catering truck.
Imagine you getting into a little catering thing.
So he went, he flew over on that plane that Qatar bribed him with. I mean, gave him. And
you've been waiting all morning to find a way to stick a shiv in there.
He just.
What else would you call it? I mean, that sounds like a bribe. Oh yeah, gift. Okay, a gift. Yeah, gift. Okay. Yeah.
A gift here. Golden plane.
It's just a gift.
There he is. Missed you, buddy. Where were you this morning?
I'm listening to you two non-doctors or non-scientists debate science and.
I wasn't debating anything. I was reporting government records.
I was just trying to cover the stories of the day.
I don't listen to Fauci, but I do listen to RFK Jr.
I don't think anybody said that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did I say Bobby pulls? He was cursed.
Pulls stuff out of his ass.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I said that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just wondering. I'm just wondering if there's any. Did I'm just wondering if there's anybody out there that would like to refute anything that I said for 90 minutes today. Best of luck. Because just like the rest of these hacks in politics, all of my receipts are out there. You can pull any audio of me anytime. Anybody. Pull it. Debate me. That's what this format's for, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if anybody has a problem with what I said, let's chop it up. I'm here till 10 o'clock anyway. Or 10:30. I'll be around for a while. Mr. Stalker? Segment's yours?
I'm sorry. I thought you were.
No, I'm good.
You're filibustering.
Man. Back hurts.
From what? From all the work you don't do?
No. Too much weight in the front. It's pulling my back forward.
All right.
My posture's getting bad.
So, amid Iran threat, Trump secretly switched planes in a catering truck. This is a pretty big story today. The Washington Post broke this story. Caitlin Collins reported on this on CNN last night. I wrote this.
Given the pictures that you can see now, it makes what the president told reporters in that gaggle afterward all the more noteworthy.
Uh-oh.
You're saying there wasn't a security security concern?
No. Why would they? Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was not usually. Because you're, probably on a dangerous flight because of the sleazebags that we have to deal with. Do you think that Iran was possibly thinking of trying? Well, I mean, if they asked you to close your windows, probably they feel that way. They didn't ask me to close mine, but if they did, I would have done it.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against Air Force One?
I have a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go. Right?
But was there a specific
perhaps someday you want to change professions.
If I go, you go. Though the president wasn't actually on the same plane as the reporters who were asking him that question. And when they asked him about why they had to lower their own shades, and the president said, well, he wasn't told to lower his. Well, he was on a secret plane. He was not on the same plane that those reporters and some White House staffers were flying on.
So a couple of things here. First of all, Caitlin, it's not about you. It's about protecting the commander-in-chief, perhaps the most powerful person in the world. And as Dawn said in the first hour, some of the duties of your job, there comes some risk because you're traveling around following a guy that some people want dead, whether it's Iran or some dude in Butler, PA. If you don't like it, go get a job, working at United Healthcare, filing paperwork, okay? You make a lot of money and a lot of ratings. Well, CNN used to get ratings off of covering the guy that you hate. So, and here's the deal. Well, let me ask you this. Should Trump have been truthful so that Iran has a better chance to kill him? Or should he lie and deceive so he can throw off a corrupt nation that has had a hit out on his head for years? Oh, I don't know. I'll go with the latter. By the way, is that the best that they can do? I think she's a really good reporter. But good God almighty, she is atrocious as a host. No command with that yippity.
Well, also that she is outraged. Think about the reporting of this story. Mm-hmm. So when I was an adjunct professor for a couple of years, I would show just different coverages from over the years. And one of them is a famous clip, and it's probably from the Vietnam era, of a reporter named Richard Threlkell, who was, I believe it's Vietnam, and forgive me, but he's reporting, and you see him, he is struck by either a bullet or shrapnel. And he turns like this. He knows he's hit, and he's bleeding. He's hit. And he turns like this and continues to report. And that is your old school journalist, somebody who the story is not about him, because you have obviously military veterans, military members who are getting shot and killed around you. If the story's not about you. Nowadays, we have so-called journalists who are not journalists. It's all about them. They're the star. They're the high paid. They're in hair and makeup longer than they've ever even reported on the street. And so for little toots over here to have that little snippy little attitude infuriates me. Ugh. Because, and those reporters, let me tell you something. If you've ever been on a police ride-along, then and I have too many to count.
There you go.
Guess what? Hello, you have to sign a waiver. You know why? And look at your press credentials. When you go out and you're reporting on these stories on any given day, not because you yourself have a job that is some kind of a job but because you're with people who day in and day out risk their lives for the rest of us. Okay? So whether it's with law enforcement when you go out, or whether it's with, whether you're traveling with the President of the United States of America, who is indeed the Commander-in-Chief. And by the way, many dignitaries, Secretary of State Rubio is sometimes on that plane. I know Warsec Hegseth was on the plane. Yeah, you're at risk.
Well, think about
because you're with people who've they've got a mark on them.
Think about the guys that cover and the gals that cover war. Trey Yingst.
Yes.
He's in Tel Aviv constantly with missiles and bombs going off in the background.
Great example.
You think he wants to die there? No, but it comes with the territory.
That's right. The truth and reporting is the star. Not you, Caitlin.
David Axelrod was unnerved that everyone on that plane was a decoy. Roll 30.
The thing here that's a little disturbing is that if the president if they needed to take such extraordinary steps to protect the president because the threat level was so high, the American people deserve to know that the threat level was
Now
that
you know.
high in this
After the
particular
fact.
case that he had to take such an extraordinary measure. And then the other piece of it is that, in fact, everyone on that plane was a decoy. If they felt that it was unsafe to be on the plane, then it was unsafe for everybody else to be on the plane as well. So they at least deserve to know, if not then after, why this was happening.
If you don't know, you're an idiot. If you don't know, with this president, if I am anywhere near this man reporting, look at Corey Comparator. If you're at a rally, you're at risk.
Sure.
They want to take this guy out. And whether you believe it's like Thomas Crooks by himself or whether you believe in conspiracy theories, hello, let's just all here on Kayal and Company this morning, let's just make the announcement to these self-involved reporters and pundits who sit in a nice air-conditioned building after being in hair and makeup for like 3 hours with a wardrobe person going over what, tie he's going to wear with his suit. Let's just make sure that we on Kayal and Company just give them a heads up. Hello, when you're traveling with the most consequential president in our lifetimes, yeah, he's had multiple assassination attempts. Thank God he has survived. But yeah, you're at risk.
I'm just trying to figure out how they got him in the food truck. He's a big guy. And was he laying on a bed of Caesar salads? I mean, you might have to do that to preserve your life. Yeah, right. Could have been a lot of Big Macs in there or quarter pounders. Of all the things that you could pick apart with Trump, that's what CNN is spending their time on.
Thank you.
I mean, if I'm seeing, if I'm programming CNN, I'm pounding on Trump for Iran, I'm pounding on Trump for tariffs or gas prices. I'm not making a stink out of a guy who threw a curveball to keep people off balance, so to speak. It's the equivalent of saying, how dare you as a pitcher not throw a fastball when I was expecting fastball? You threw a changeup. That's not fair. Yeah, that's the times we live in. By the way, the fact that you called Caitlin Toots, high-ranking moment. Jimmy, board that.
To me personally, I just think this conversation is a bad look. What if Caitlin Collins had said, because in truth, she's done White House reporting. She's showing the rookie side of her reporting. So what I would have been impressed with is if she had said, in my years of news reporting, I actually have been in dangerous situations. You know that you go where the story takes you, and sometimes that puts you at risk, but it's worth reporting, and that's the wonderful piece of the First Amendment that protects our freedom of speech and freedom of press. But yeah, it can be a dangerous job. We all know that when we get into the business. So if they don't know that, that's on them.
Amen.
Hunter Biden sat down with Tucker Carlson yesterday.
I saw some of the chapters.
Did you watch any of it?
Yeah, I scrolled through the different ones that stood out to me.
What was your takeaway? I'm just curious.
The remorse that he has for calling him an addict. I didn't think Tucker had that in him. I would have dude, Tucker railed on him for 2 years over, the drugs and the bad teeth and then the restoration.
Did he though?
Oh my God, yeah.
Tucker
Carlson?
Tucker himself is a former addict.
From what? Dip?
Bow ties.
No, he was.
Sorry.
I know he loves to throw a lipper in. I know
He said he's 24 years sober. He was a deadhead back in the day.
Really?
Yeah.
Bow tie, little bougie, uppity Buckley Carlson.
He was a rich dick who had access to a lot of drugs.
I never would have thought that.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know that I necessarily believe Carlson on his remorse for mocking or bashing Hunter for addiction. I think it's just, hey, I'm going to do this because it's part of my new grift.
When Greg Stocker said what you just said about Tucker Carlson or Rich D, wasn't that the Jon Stewart line? Is that what you're calling back to?
I didn't even think about that.
Oh, okay.
But
Maybe subconscious.
Jon Stewart was correct in that because Tucker Carlson was a smarmy. I'm just going to say it, asshole.
That was it's a funny. It's somewhere floating on the internet.
If you get a chance to watch it, it's like an hour and 10 minutes in. It's long. I was just skipping ahead to different timestamps because Tucker, to his credit, when he posts those videos, like he'll tell you at minute 7 we're going to talk about this. At minute 22 we get into this. The addiction one was probably my most fascinating stuff.
Tucker Carlson, August of 2002 is when he quit drinking for good.
Right.
He's been sober since 2002. It was drinking alcohol.
Yeah, good for him.
Well, he also admitted to doing illicit drugs too at Grateful Dead shows.
I didn't know this about him. Phil, you got to book him for Today in Music History,
right?
Or This Week in Music History. You and Tucker going through some Deadhead stuff.
25, Phil. This is what's your first thought when you think of Hunter Biden? Laptop, of course, right?
Naked.
Laptop.
I think the teeth.
No, those naked.
Yeah. Roll this.
What's your first thought? Laptop. Can I just say one thing though? That this is what I experienced during that time. The allegation that there was abusive minors proven on the laptop, that came from the Israelis. I'm just telling you that. They came to me with that. So I know that. And one of the things that enraged me about the statement from those sleazy intel guys is that they blame the Russians for it. Now, maybe the Russians had a hand in it, but it was the Israelis who were pushing that. Fact. I mean, literally to me. Yeah. So,
and you've gone through it.
But they're all such slaves.
Is there anything? It's just I want to clear with your entire not a single thing in anything that is in any way true about that.
Well, that's such a serious crime that I think it's just common sense that if there was evidence of that,
you think that it's common sense. But I'll tell you what, about 40 million people on X don't think that.
Pause.
I mean, it's like,
do you guys remember Do you guys remember that there was allegedly abusive minors on the laptop?
No, I have no recollection of that, and I don't think it. But Tucker's whole new bit is, it's always the Jews, it's always Israel, it's always this. Yeah, I just in general, I'm tired of the blame Israel, blame Russia, blame China stuff. I really am. Whether it's election interference and I'm just so tired of these foreign. And I'm not saying that these foreign nations don't try to impact and influence things. Of course, and sometimes they obviously have success in doing so. But it's just so lazy at this point now to pin it on seriously minors and so exactly. So here's where if I'm Hunter, I flip the script. Now, again, I get it. Hunter's there. I think he's trying to make money. He's broke, according to reports. I flip the script on Tucker and I say, well, who from Israel? I love how we just say, well, Israel told me. It was like Israel as a nation just picked up the phone and text
Tucker Carlson? Did get briefings, and you know what I mean?
Like some context to some of this would be nice.
He said an Israeli intelligence agent.
Oh,
told him.
Got it.
Right. You don't think that the Israeli intelligence agency is as corrupt as Russia is?
No. There's, like I said, there's absolute merit to all of this, but like just the stock answer for somebody at this point where Tucker Carlson's position is anti-Israel. It's always Israel. Well, it's always the Jews. It's always this. It's like it's not. It's not.
It's always to say it's Israel does
not everything.
It's not saying it's all the Jews.
No, I know. I'm separating the Jewish people and the IDF and Bibi. Again, you can dislike Bibi and what the Israeli government is about while still being pro-Israel. We talked about that way too long last week. But like this lazy thing of just not everything is COVID's fault, folks. Not everything is lockdown's fault, folks. Not everything goes back to Joe Biden and 9 point. Can we just try to be a little bit more nuanced in our conversation? Right. I'm exhausted by it. I really am. I can't wait until the end of the month. And I don't have to think about any of this for 10 days. Oh, it's going to be great. I'm going to wear my Hey Dudes, and I'm just going to hit 7 irons and not think about what the IDF is doing. Or 5D chess. Oh, I need a detox from the format. Christ Almighty!
I mean, we can have you do that permanently if you're not happy.
I'm just tired of lazy, dumb conversation.
There's a lot of people that would want to do this.
Yeah,
so,
it's like
you don't want to do this.
It's just exhausting.
And I'll
Not everything's Trump's fault.
Let you out of your contract, no problem.
Not everything is the gold standard. I can't deal with the blame Trump for everything, and then Trump also created the heavens and the earth. Can we have after 4, just like a nuanced conversation? I'd like to do something different in the format. That's why this show is so good, because it's not the traditional crap. I don't want to do the show that we've already seen people tweet about for 5 straight days. That's all.
More on the Israel. Also, it's easy to say an Israeli intelligence agent told me, because it's not verifiable. You know what I mean?
Of course not.
You're just taking his word for it. He's not saying Joe Blow said this to me. He said just some random guy, because they know this person will never come forward if this person exists.
See, my problem with Tucker is Tucker's the same guy that rode Trump's nuts for 7 years. Yeah. And then the moment the election didn't go Trump's way, Tucker's the one sending out these texts with Hannity and Laura Ingraham. And then kaboom, here we have Dominion, 787. Tucker Carlson is very, very good at what he does, and he's completely, I think, inauthentic. He's a performer. So that's my whole argument here.
Right.
I don't believe somebody from Israel contacted Tucker Carlson. Don't buy it.
Well, just remember,
just an opinion. That's all it is.
I mean, he's been pardoned by his dad, but he was when he was found guilty of illegal possession of a gun and lying about his drug use when he bought the gun. That was the conviction that he had.
Right.
And so he was the first, I think, son or child of a sitting U.S. president to have such charge. And then he was also, I believe, convicted. Wasn't he convicted on the IRS, that indictment of saying that he could write off $1.4 million with hookers, and that was a business expense. But he's been, pardoned of everything.
Sure.
So he's free to speak now, I guess. They're not going to come after him.
No, of course not.
Keep going with this.
Minors in there? If there was evidence,
how many people call me a pedophile to this day? Anyway, I'll spare you. But I'm not. But I agree with you. That's exactly right. And it's
But they were pushing that so hard, and all the intel guys were like, "Oh, it's Russia." It's like, you lie, because they called me. I sent one of my producers out to go meet with a guy connected to Netanyahu. They were behind that, and I felt that everybody in DC knew that, but there was so much pressure never to criticize Israel in any way that they were just like, it's the Russians. It's the Russians. They're the ones penetrating our political system. It's like, you lie. Everyone knows what's actually happening. This was my perspective, and it drove me insane. And by the way, I didn't say that on Fox News. I'll admit it. I didn't.
Of course.
Yeah. I didn't. You're right. I just want to say I was part of the problem also, but I knew it.
But that's the thing, Tucker.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a thing. So we're here now.
Yeah. No, I didn't say it was the Israelis.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying. But we're here now.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why, just on a purely selfish basis for me, is that, I don't know how you could possibly have thought that of me. And I don't know anybody ever thought that or shared it or said it. I have no recollection of any pedophilia claims made by anybody.
I don't remember it.
At Hunter Biden. Yeah. I mean, obviously the drug stuff. But my biggest issue, and again, drug, there's part of it's addiction. I get it. Get your help. But also, stop being kind of a puss, suck it up, man up, and get you through your problems and figure out your issues. My biggest Hunter Biden complaint was he was a deadbeat dad. That daughter, Navy Jean Roberts, and then the way in which the Bidens, Joe and Jill, you don't acknowledge. I mean, dude, your son knocked up a chick and had a kid. It's your responsibility to be that girl's father. And oh, by the way, and look, I don't know, did Joe ever tell Hunter, hey man, you might want to man up and take care of you created that kid? But then the media too. Could you flip that around? Just flip this around for a second. Could you imagine if Trump, in one of his marriages, or not even a marriage, just was with whoever, had a girl, a baby girl, and never acknowledged her in her 4 years alive? Could you imagine what the media coverage of that would be?
Yeah, it's called Tiffany.
What, does he not acknowledge her?
He always acknowledged her.
Please.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was,
sure he does.
I mean,
he was married to Marlo when Tiffany was born.
He couldn't pick her out of a lineup.
That's not true. That's not true.
It's absolutely
That is not true. She had her wedding at Mar-a-Lago. And she's at Mar-a-Lago with her mom, by the way, all the time. posting.
Right.
So they're a blended American family.
Okay.
That's the truth. You can look it up. Look up their
Look it
Insta
up.
accounts.
Yeah, look it up.
I follow all of them. Hunter Biden was accused
Journalist
of
tomorrow.
texting. No, I mean, I'm just interested in everything. Hunter Biden was accused of texting and FaceTiming communications involving a minor. It was during the 2020 presidential campaign, and they were hit pieces, but they released content that was alleged to have been found on that abandoned laptop. So Rudy Giuliani, remember he was involved in the whole laptop thing. Remember it was technically a local story. Remember
it was
that?
Delaware, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so in that one, it was alleged that he was FaceTiming and having text with a minor, an underage girl, but he was never charged.
Okay.
And I think it was used against President Biden back in 2020.
Got
it. Also, he says that this whole thing with the Biden crime family, he says that his father had the lowest net worth of anyone that ever entered the presidency.
Lowest, okay.
26.
I mean, just take like the issue of stock trading. Okay.
Yeah. My
dad in 1972 took a vow that he would never own a stock or a bond. And he kept that vow since 1972 in over 50 years of public life. And he retired from the presidency as having probably the lowest net worth of anyone that had ever entered the presidency. And meanwhile, he got tagged with this idea that he, is the Biden crime family and that, all of that crap. But my point being is that how is it that we have not been able to pass a law?
I couldn't agree more.
I know you do agree. But how is it possible? And it's not just Republicans.
Pass a law that prohibits members of Congress
Yes,
from
of
trading.
course.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the most common sense thing in the world, and it should be in the administration, too.
I
It should
totally
be anybody
agree.
with access to the most valuable insider information of all. And meanwhile, not only are we not passing the law, Donald Trump is selling $100,000 early access to his True Social tweets, which is just a front running for insider trading, literally in the open. And that's what I mean. The quantitative, qualitative difference of Donald Trump as compared to anything I've ever experienced in politics before is the sense that the rule of law is only applies as a weapon rather than as a prophylactic for the Constitution to be able to operate in a way in which the founders envisioned it.
Now look, maybe he's telling the truth, and if that's true that Joe Biden never traded stocks in 50 years in public office, well then kudos to him. He'd be a lot like, I guess, Lindsey Graham, who was surprising. We found out upon his death that his net worth was only about $1 million. I just looked this up. According to Forbes, Joe Biden has an estimated net worth of $10 million through real estate, book deals, and speeches. He earned over $15 million in 2 years following his term as vice president. So that would be that 17 to 19 window when he left as Obama's VP before he ran in 20 and then was elected in 21. But okay, the two things. Number one, I always love when all of these people, whether they are the politician or the direct and first in line family members, oh yeah, until you get into office, oh yeah, politicians shouldn't be involved in it. When they get out of office, yep, politicians shouldn't be involved in it. But boy, they line their pockets while their family's in there, don't they? Mm-hmm. Whatever. I'd like to know it, and I don't see if let me see if I can find this. If it's addressed on any of these timestamps, I don't think it is. Did Tucker ever get into what Hunter was doing overseas with
Burisma?
Oh, that's good.
I'm just wondering because
he did.
Okay.
He did. I watched the entire thing.
Okay.
I watched the entire thing.
Okay.
So you found it pretty fascinating?
I actually do research. Yes, I found it fascinating. Fascinating. I find it fascinating when two people can get together and talk. You know what I mean? Like,
I love that you say that.
It's
the
interesting.
Conversation.
It's interesting to me. It's interesting to me that like we're not, like all these dumb Fs on YouTube are like, hey, you have TDS, you have TDS. Like what? Imagine going through life.
TDS.
Imagine going through life with
Is that what you're bothered about?
That's no. I'm not bothered. I'm not bothered by anything.
You seem like you're in a mood this morning. I'm trying to figure out what's the problem.
Yeah, I don't like you.
Can I Greg
No,
explain?
that's not true. That's not true. I do like you, Nick.
I hired you.
I shouldn't
What are you
say that.
talking
Yeah.
about?
I shouldn't say that anymore because people actually think that I don't like you. I actually love you, Nick Kayal. You know that.
He didn't say love you back.
I'm just trying to understand the process this morning. That's all.
Aren't you supposed to say I love you too?
There's no process. I think I
want
hurt
a man
his
hug.
feelings.
No,
Bro hug.
no,
I know.
I think I hurt his feelings.
No, you don't hurt my.
You hurt Caillou's feelings.
See?
Sorry.
Continue on with the cut sheet.
All right.
You
Does
watched
somebody have a drumstick?
You watched all 2 hours of Tucker. I didn't.
Oh.
Let's go.
It's a stat.
Yeah, 2 hours of my life I'm not going to get back after watching that nonsense.
When I consume too much on social media, it's get outside and live your life. When I disconnect from stuff and live my life in the summer, I'm lazy. It just the narratives are always shifting. That's fine.
CRT says, Greg, Nick couldn't miss his nap and watch the whole Tucker podcast.
This is kind of cute.
Yeah, call it what you want.
Oh boy. I like this. Yeah.
Capricorn.
Let your hate flow. Let it
There's
flow.
no hate. There's no hate.
Let it flow.
Aries Capricorn
Let it
battle.
flow. Let it flow.
Live.
All right. Let's talk about something we can all agree on. Drunk women.
Oh, let's talk Iran. Let's talk terrorists.
You mean the?
Let's talk the Epstein file. Let's talk about all the stuff that we just continue to go round and round on.
This is not a funny story, but I want to know from law enforcement out there if this is normal. So there was a story a couple of years ago from this bride and groom in South Carolina were married at Folly Beach in South Carolina. And they left the wedding venue and were going to the reception, and they were on a golf cart. And some drunk lunatic mowed them down in her car. Okay, so this woman, this is a local story. She's from New Jersey. Okay, so the night that she was arrested from this, she was brought into the questioning room, or the interrogation room, whatever you said. She has her bra on only. I assume it's I don't know. I don't know why.
It's a semi-wood. It just depends on the it's a semi.
So she's 23, 24, I don't know, something like that. And she's like kind of just flirtingly talking to the cops and talking about the dogs and cats and allergies. And is this like this woman?
She's trying to get off.
This woman literally killed one person, and I think left one person like completely brain dead, or maybe killed two people. I don't know, but like it was like this woman was drunk driving, killed a bride on her wedding day. She was still in her wedding gown when she died, and the cops are asking her about dogs and cats. It's a very weird interrogation. Roll this.
Do you have any cats?
I have a dog.
What kind?
A Springer Spaniel.
Springer Spaniel. What's his name? Or her name?
Winston.
What is it?
Winston.
Winston?
Yep, like the cigarette.
That's a cute name. I don't smoke cigarettes, so I won't know. But do you have any animals?
No.
Nothing?
My roommate has a dog.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
What kind?
Husky pit bull mix. Yeah.
Husky pit bull mix.
Mm-hmm.
What's the name?
Duke.
That's a good name. What about ice cream?
Drumstick. Chocolate chip.
Oh my god. Thank you for saying that, because there's so many people that say that they hate mint chocolate chip, and I'm like, it's good. What about you?
Probably Cherry Garcia.
Yes. Oh my god. I also love Cherry Garcia.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite.
It's so good when you get that little cherry in there. So good. Those are good options. You know, my favorite personally is soft serve vanilla with rainbow sprinkles.
Is she under the influence?
I think
she has
drunk.
to be wrecked, right?
She's drunk, yeah,
But
or on something.
If I do want hard serve, mint chocolate chip and Cherry Garcia are definitely on the top of my list. That's faux show.
Faux show. That's faux show. As she's got her flannel off, for those who can't watch, it's literally draped down around her elbows, and she's there in that sports bra with the, I guess, the new fashion, the ripped jeans look, which I never liked when they're in or out. Yeah, she has to be under the. So she has been charged with killing at least one?
Yes.
Yes. So just for your background, this is the newly released video from Folly Beach PD, and this is Jamie Lee Komorowski. She is the driver.
She's from New Jersey.
Accused of drunkenly, of being drunk or driving while drunk, killing a newlywed bride. This happened back in 2023. And in this one, the bride, police say she was going 40 miles over the speed limit, and she driving her vehicle, slammed into a golf cart that was carrying the bride, Samantha Miller, killing the bride in her gown, in her bridal gown. And then the groom, Eric Hutchinson, was severely injured but did survive.
Wow. Yeah.
Horrifying.
So he did survive. So Road Warrior gave my answer because I know he's done this. He says not uncommon, keep them cooperating. So it's not uncommon to have
the cops playing along.
Like we're your friend.
Mindless chit chat.
Right.
She got 25 years. Thank you, boss mom.
Well, thank God.
She got 25 years. She's convicted. I just didn't like. You always see those movies, and I know life is not a movie. I understand that, but you always see those movies where you get the guy in there with a light, like, tell me what you know. Tell me,
Yeah.
You never hear. So, what's your favorite ice cream?
Well, and
what's your favorite dog?
Yeah, and she was afforded her right to assert the Fifth Amendment and not incriminate herself. But if she's going to keep babbling, if you're the cop, you're trying to get more and more out of her. It's actually smart police work.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree with Road Warrior.
But I think that the thing that the takeaway, what strikes me is there she is. I mean, so as Greg described, she has like a white kind of a sports bra, and she's wearing black jeans with holes in the knees. She's 27 years old. She obviously had like a plaid kind of a shirt over the sports bra, and she's cuffed. Her hands are behind her. And so in this one, though, what strikes me is she just killed somebody, and she's not even saying like, OMG, is that girl okay?
Right. Yeah. Like there's no remorse.
No. It's just, blah, blah, blah. And so I just have to, they said she was drunk. Was she blood tested for any other meds? Because even a drunk person can start crying and realize the ramifications of what they've just done. Right. Obviously, it was a bloody, horrifying scene.
Right.
You hit a bride going 40 miles an hour?
40 miles over the speed limit,
right? 65 and a 25, but speeding in a little pathway, striking somebody, the fact that she doesn't even refer to it or care.
Right. Right.
Not, just no remorse, nothing.
Yeah, I just, I guess it is true that if you really want a confession out of somebody or you want somebody to get them feeling comfortable and talking, and then they'll say anything. I just heard that, and I was like, is this normal police interrogation behavior? But I guess it is.
Yeah.
A Nashville police lieutenant saved a man's life by talking him down from the edge of a bridge and him bracing him on the edge, on the ledge. Did you guys see this video?
I did not.
This is a pretty. So a guy in Nashville was about to jump over a bridge, and you can see the body cam footage, the newly released body cam footage. This happened in July. Of what he said to this man as he was talking him down from trying to stop him from jumping. Roll this.
Lieutenant Mike Hotz was called to Victory Memorial Bridge in Nashville amid reports that a man was live streaming his plans to jump. And what happened next, was caught on Hotz's body camera.
Hey man, my name's Mike.
Oh, that's right by the stadium.
Oh, you know where it is?
Yeah, I've thought about jumping off it myself a few times.
At you? Tell me right now, man. Okay. I hear you're frustrated. I just want to help you talk through this worst day of your life. And I know it is. I just want you to know that you're a good man, and I don't think you're a bad man. I just want you to feel like you are loved here, because you are. Can I come shake your hand? I'm not going to try nothing crazy. I'll step right back when I'm done. I promise you. To the Lord himself. Can I shake your hand? And I'll step right back. You good?
And they hug.
Nice to see CNN cover this, considering the officer is white and the man who's attempting to kill himself is African American. Those awful cops out there, you know.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
right?
Brianna, it is unbelievable.
But you think about it, that human touch, he knew that if he could just, can I shake your hand, that human touch.
Yes.
And a lot of law enforcement and military have various types of, PTSD and self-harm issues. And so I believe that officer when he says, I know what you're going through, man. I relate to it. What a beautiful moment.
And police officers, I don't think, get enough credit for that skill of being able to do that.
Right.
Because,
Right. Well, the media makes us think that, cops just bust through doors and start shooting and, tase people, a lot of the stuff that should be done during Fight Club to these unruly people. But yeah, there is that, what do they call that? Not suicide prevention, but there's another word I'm thinking of for it.
Just intervention.
Yeah. Crisis intervention.
Yeah.
Crisis intervention.
Yeah. Luckily, it wasn't me up there.
Trust me, that bridge is not super high. He might break a leg if he lands in the Cumberland.
Stop. Will you stop?
I've been on that bridge. I've literally walked across that bridge many times when I was doing stuff for the Nashville Predators. You had to park all the way over by the Titan Stadium and then walk over to Bridgestone, and it was just outrageous. And that was when I was like 180 pounds, and walking wasn't really that big of a deal.
Imagine if I was up there with him, like, fine, jump, whatever. Nobody cares.
Yeah, this is a lot lower than the clown that climbed the what was it, the Brooklyn Bridge,
right?
Or the
who survived? That was amazing.
Why these officers are
parachute?
much better people than Nick and myself.
No, I can't do it.
I can't.
I couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it.
You couldn't. I could not. If the Philadelphia Police Department said we're going to let you, we're going to have you police Dawn's neighborhood.
Right.
Dawn's in the Dawn. What are you technically Philadelphia? But it's.
I am in Philadelphia.
No, you're right. It's
Philadelphia.
Technically Philadelphia.
Technically Philadelphia.
Like, we're going to let you patrol Dawn's neighborhood for $250,000 a year. I'd say no.
Right.
I would turn it down.
Really?
It's not worth it. No, because I know nobody has your back in policing.
He couldn't nap if that was the case.
No, and it definitely wouldn't be first shift.
So
Dr. Phil McGrain says, Greg said, jump and get it over with.
Stop.
This is my problem. That's why I couldn't be a cop.
No.
Because I couldn't be like, thinning the herd.
No,
that's not right.
And there's a lot bigger fish to fry in Nashville. Right. You go up, I think it's Nolensville Pike. I mean, let's just say ICE would have a field day.
Right. Right.
Well, thanks to President Trump and the fact that he closed our borders and we have the lowest crime across America that we've seen in a century, which is amazing, officers have more time to do things like this and have more time for community outreach, they can take more time with these moments in some and hopefully have more time to beef up our police after the horrific impact of defund the police.
I think a lot of people would be surprised when you talk to your average patrol officer of just how relatively benign and boring their job is on a daily basis. Like, it's not every single day you're dealing with.
I think in Philadelphia it is, though, Nick.
Well, yeah, in Philadelphia. But, like, just across the country, like, my mom's brother.
Displaced them. I'm sorry, Nick.
No.
Says, another quitter.
Like,
that's a sin.
Listen,
Who said that?
I'm just reading. I'm reading
said that?
Comments. Thank you.
Most officers probably don't have to discharge their firearm in their lifetime.
That's true.
Right? Like, there's a lot of flat tire or domestic disturbance. Not that those aren't serious, but
EKZ says Greg would have handed him a stool to help him get up over the ledge.
Guys.
I mean, if I was working 8 to 4 and it's 3:56, I'd be like, "Here, bro, you want the stool?" Like, I got a tea time coming up at 5:30.
Again, this is why we should praise these officers, because they're better people than Nick and myself.
Than any of us.
Well, maybe not you, but definitely Nick and myself.
No, Dawn's not mean enough to be a cop. Dawn wouldn't have to
pull it like Dawn. Like Greg and I, we would be not disbarred, but we would be kicked out because we tased somebody over a speeding violation.
Oh yeah.
But Dawn, I couldn't see you pulling your firearm,
beating them with a billy club.
Well, the thing is, I'd probably talk them to death. They'd be like, "Oh, all right, I'm getting in the back of your car. Just please shut up, woman."
Well, and this is not meant to be a slight towards you, but like this is what like Dawn's the kind of personality where these dummies in politics think sending out a social worker would be the best way to handle a crisis because that they can. And yes, there's a skill set for that, for talking people through crisis. But man, at the end of the day, I want a cop out there that's 6 feet tall, 200 pounds, has a little bit of a gun show, and knows how to handle his weapons. Not somebody with a bachelor's in social administration from Temple University. Just me.
Michael and I, because Michael's, obviously he's at Penn State and he's going into criminal justice. So he watches all these different videos that are training videos for police. And the one takeaway I have every single time, and even when I did ride-alongs for years with cops, first of all, I don't want to touch anybody. You know how they have to pat somebody down and look? I don't want to touch anybody at all.
That never bothers me.
I would be like, dude, I don't want to have to arrest you because I don't want to touch you.
Yeah. I had to touch down minors in juvenile detention.
I don't want to touch people, number one. Number two, some of these people, these police officers have such a great instinct. And some of them, you're like, why is he wanting to, why is he, he just pulled the guy over, just take his information. And they're like, you know what, I really need to do this. And can I look in the back of your car? And they get them to open up their trunk or whatever, or give them permission because they don't have a search warrant. And 10 out of 10, there's like a body in the back. There are drugs in the back. And I think, wow, they had a really great instinct. I mean, part of law enforcement that we don't give enough credit is that with that experience also comes this also an instinct that, okay, this person has something in the back of their trunk. I know they do.
All right, we should take a break. Dawn, get or Nick, get Piazza ready. But first, this hour sponsored by Ashley Furniture. This Saturday, starting at 10 a.m., it's the 12-hour sale event at Ashley. Save up to 70%, plus enjoy free delivery. Plus, they're giving away prizes every hour. Prizes every hour, wow. Big savings, big giveaways, and one big day to shop. Don't miss the 12-hour sale this Saturday at Ashley's.
Let's talk about our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. It is the 11th of August. Your summer road trip opportunities to get out are dwindling, but the supply, that's never an issue. At Piazza, whether it's new, certified, or pre-owned, you can get ready for that last summer road trip with a new vehicle from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Doesn't matter what brand you're looking for, we've talked about plenty. Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen, just to name a few, with a selection of 3,500 new vehicles and 1,600 pre-owned at any time. Piazza is sure to have something for every budget and every lifestyle. Visit PiazzaAutogroup.com to browse new and pre-owned inventory today or to find a Piazza dealership near you. Check out PiazzaAutogroup.com, and when you arrive in person, make sure you tell them Nick Kale sent you.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along.
which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for: their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast. We always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, "Have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner." Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. LegacyBox.com/value.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For more than 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has helped people take charge of their health, and right now, they're saying a big thank you to those who have trusted Rescue with their wellness needs during their customer appreciation sale going on now. Save an incredible 50% when you mix and match any 5 or more single bottles, and your order ships free. Just use that promo code VIP50. Whether you're focused on heart health, healthy cholesterol, joint comfort, cognitive support, digestion, or simply feeling your best every day, this is the perfect time to stock up on the premium formulas that you know and trust, or experience the difference that Rescue can make for the very first time. Visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a product consultant ready to help you find the supplements that fit your health goals. Don't miss Rescue's biggest thank you of the year. Save 50%, get free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more single bottles. Just use that promo code VIP50 at res-q.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
840, Kayal and Company. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg on a Tuesday morning. This segment brought to you by Wawa, your all-day destination for sweet cravings, midday rewards, and late-night treats. From ice cream parfaits to cream smoothies, floats, and more, you're in for a treat. Gotta have a Wawa. Normally, Matt Rooney will be joining us right about now, 10 minutes late, under normal times. But
Rooney, calm down. Rooney!
He told me yesterday, waiting to see if a court hearing that sprung up at the last moment gets adjourned. He says adjournment failed, so it looks like I'm out for tomorrow. call it a recess for Rooney. It's a Rooney recess. He's like the Senate. He's gone home for 35 days. He'll be back next Tuesday.
You either of you guys a fan of Shake Shack? You guys like the Shake Shack? There's one over there by you, Nick, in the Plymouth Meeting Mall area. Yeah.
Olivia's been known to devour a burger or 3 from there.
Very expensive. My son David loves it.
They're good though. They are good.
Have you guys had these? What are they? They're Arabian chocolate. Are they Arabian chocolate or
Dubai?
Dubai.
Yeah. Dubai.
Yeah, Dubai chocolate. They have like
pistachio.
Dubai chocolate milkshakes there that you can buy.
Never had one.
Apparently they're good but very expensive.
Kristen, grab one. I'll skip the drumstick tonight and we'll go
like
with a shake.
It's so fattening.
Is it really?
Mm-hmm.
Give me 2.
Give me 2. Give me a large. Utah.
So apparently, this, according to this video here, that if you don't tip at Shake Shack, the prices for each item gets more expensive if you select no tip.
That's outrageous.
So if you want to order 3 milkshakes, and then you put them in there, blah 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 blah. You hit checkout, and then it gives you a total. And then a screen comes up that says tip 10, 15, 20, 25, whatever. If you select no tip, a thing comes up that says there's been a change to the price of your order. Roll this.
It's a forced tip.
My wife says that if you don't tip at Shake Shack, they make it more expensive per item, so we're about to find out.
Find out. Yep.
Order 2 shakes just like before.
Yep.
See, $5.99.
Okay.
$5.99.
We got
It'll be $11.98.
We got cookies and cream.
Yeah, let's see.
And we got vanilla with.
All right, $6.50 added the accessory.
Okay, see that?
6 and 6 is 12. $18.48 should be about $18.48 roughly.
Add tip.
$21.78 is the total.
Uh-oh.
No, that's a
pricing update on one or more of your card items. Please review. Everything just went up 50 cents.
Wow.
That's outrageous.
Every item went up by 50 cents.
Mandated tips?
Just making sure everybody knows, do not go there.
Wow.
$5.99 times 2 plus another $6.48 was $18.46. That should have been the total. But because they did not offer or they did not submit a tip, they bumped the total to 21 and change.
Right.
Another $1.50.
Right.
That's ridiculous. I'm all for tipping for good service. But I don't do the obligatory 20% just because you're breathing. But at a fast food place,
here's the problem: is that you're tipping for them to do their job. Like their job is they're not even taking your order. You're literally it's a touch screen.
Right. There's nobody there other than the cooks in the back and then the lady that will slide your tray up with your shake burger and your crinkle cut fries.
And they don't even give you condiments there, by the way. You have to they have
like New Jersey.
They have like a stand where you can get your ketchup and
your salt and pepper packets and things like that.
Ridiculous.
So they've released a statement to this because this was in Salt Lake, Utah. This was at the airport.
Clerical error?
No. That what Shake Shack says is our policy is we are looking into this with our licensee HMS Host that operates the Salt Lake City airport location and that kiosk system.
Oh, so they're going to blame the POS.
So what? Yes,
the point of sale machine.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what they're saying is that's not their policy. And so they're looking into this because it's gone viral. Everybody's talking about it right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they're saying is it's not their corporate policy, but it was the actual Salt Lake City International Airport kiosk, and that's not what they do in their stores.
And you know how many now this guy and this family, they caught it, but the amount of oblivious people in this day and age, they don't even bother to look up what the total is. They just pull out their card, swipe, tap, insert, blah blah blah, Apple Pay, how would you like to pay for your purchase? And nobody's even aware. Like, how many times are we seeing people at restaurants, like the family establishment restaurant, where there's all these different surcharges and built-in fees? Like, my wife, to her credit, and I bust her stones for being, and I'm fiscally conservative, but she's a cheapskate. Like, I mean, like she's a penny pincher.
Wow.
She will squeeze the last little bit of that toothpaste out of the tube. Where I'm like, just throw it in the can. We've got 2 more under the sink. What are we doing here? We're wasting time. She will look over a receipt for every possible charge. What's this? Why did you? Why is this another 92? Yeah, like,
wow,
they're gouging us, and
Right.
we're oblivious to it because we live in a card culture. We just give it away.
You know where it's the worst? The shore. You cannot go to the shore and buy a newspaper and a cup of coffee and them swing the thing around and say, you know, would you like to tip on top of this? What am I tipping for? What am I tipping for? You to do your job? That's literally your job.
But I will say that so when it's at, let's say this Shake Shack, which is HMS host at the kiosk there, or whether you go to a Starbucks drive-through or walk in, that tip is shared amongst the entire staff. It's not going to the individual person, because I've asked.
Okay.
It's not going to the individual person that you're dealing with.
Oh.
It goes into a pot.
The community pot.
And they also, from the people that are serving you to the barista to whoever, the entire staff there, they share that.
Yeah, it's tipping socialism.
Well, you basically do that at a restaurant. So let's say you go to a really high-end place.
Right.
And you give, whatever. You give a $20 tip to your server.
Yeah.
They're still going to tip out the bartender and
Right.
the busboy or the busgirl, whatever. So it's kind of along that philosophy.
I don't like that though. And I've never worked in that industry, but I don't like that. If Dawn's serving and Dawn does a great job and somebody gives her a 35% tip, and then Beth is also a server and she's just going through the motions and she's getting 12, 15, 20. Why do you have to divvy that up?
We never did that when I delivered pizzas.
Mhm.
Like every cent that I got, I kept.
Right.
And it there was 3 or 4 other drivers, one of whom has been one of my closest friends for years. We used to compete with one another. And we probably shouldn't have, because we were like, I'll beat you back here faster.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You're driving through lawns to get to, to get there in 30 minutes or less.
Mm-hmm.
But it made you work harder because you wanted that tip.
Yes.
You're right. If you're a bad waiter or waitress, then other people have to pick up the slack for you. You shouldn't get the same amount of money.
I've also noticed this too, specifically at Starbucks, and we've trimmed it down to just Saturdays now for me and the girls. So it's just one day a week. But I've noticed now when they hand out the
I never want to
pad,
hear you complain about gas again.
Valid point. Coffee is outrageous. But when they hand out the pad, the barista is watching you to see if you click on the tip.
Yep.
There's and some of them are so dumb they're going to ask you if you want to put a tip on it, and like they're handing it out like this. Like, so this is the thing, and they're sitting there and they have it back. They have it tilted enough. So when I say at the bottom it says no, and then it'll give me a dollar amount higher up the screen, and they know if your finger's down towards the bottom. I almost want to be like, dude, turn your head around. Like, I'm about to give you a tip. You're going to find out what you got. You don't need to be peeking. Yeah, it's like that server at that restaurant that's just waiting in the corner, waiting for you to put the cash out for the tip, and then they come flying over and scoop it up. Like, what are you afraid somebody's going to steal the money? I mean, relax.
Look, if you're paying about $7 for a latte at Starbucks,
right?
I just think at that point in your life, if you're paying that, I mean, that's what Starbucks did for our nation, that people would pay $7 for basically a cup of coffee. So if you're paying that, what's another dollar?
Well, full disclosure, I don't pay those $7. I mean, I get a black cold brew on ice. Like, it's like $3.94 or whatever it is. But my girls, that's a different story. Yeah, they want the $7 drink. Oh, the mocha frappa latte with cold foam
Exactly.
and light on the berries,
Extra whip.
extra ice. Oh God.
Here's something we argue about all the time, especially down at the shore. the bagel place. They make your bagels for you. Every single one wants a tip. Do you tip the people making your bagels?
I do, because they're all students.
I do too.
That doesn't feel like fast food. Like bagels, like, breakfast. But like what
about Manco and Manco though? I mean, I tip everybody, even if you're because they're all students.
I agree with you.
And they work hard.
They're trying to make all their money they can in the 3 months that us slobs are down at the Jersey Shore. You know, give me my bagel. I need my bagel. Put some pork roll on that.
Yeah, I'll tip for that. Yeah.
Will you?
Mass-produced fast food.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing with that is that's their job.
It is.
It's they work at a bagel place. The job is to make bagels.
Okay.
You're not going above and beyond, are you? Isn't that what a tip is for? Above and beyond
prompt service.
The more involvement in the preparation of the food, the more deserving the obligatory tip should be. Like if you're at Starbucks and you're unwrapping a frozen breakfast sandwich and you're popping it in a toaster oven for 35 seconds, like you're not really preparing food. Like if you're actually putting the bagel in a toaster and then you take it out and you give me a nice spread of cream cheese and like the whole process and maybe there's an egg on top of it or whatever it might be, like I'm more inclined to tip. The more corporate, the more mass produced, the less there should be a desire to give a tip.
I'm with Dawn. So let me just say this off the bat. I'm with Dawn. I tip everybody. I tip even when I shouldn't because that's just how I roll. But it becomes an issue where a tip is supposed to be for above and beyond the service, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Or to improve prompt service.
Correct.
Right.
I'll still tip 15% if you suck.
Like, what are those people at the bagel shack? What are they making? You know what I mean? Like, they making
not what a Starbucks barista makes, which is another issue?
Are they making $5 and then tips on top of that, or are they making $15 and we're tipping on top of that? Right?
I mean, at a local bagel place, I can't imagine a mom and pop paying $15 an hour.
Right.
Well, in Pennsylvania, they're paying. Right, something.
Yeah, what's minimum wage? Pennsylvania, $7.75.
We have one of the lowest minimum wages,
which is ridiculous. Right. But yeah, like these Starbucks baristas, they're in a union and they're making $18-19 an hour.
Not all of them are union.
No,
well, they're gonna be replaced by robots very soon.
Yeah, that's where AI should go.
Right,
coffee pourers.
So tipped workers in Pennsylvania. So our minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. But if you're a tipped worker, then you're making $2.83 an hour. That's what you make, $2.83 an hour, because they're counting on the fact that you get a tip.
Wait, say this again?
If you're a tipped worker
in Pennsylvania,
yes,
you get paid $2.83.
Yeah, you don't get $7.25 an hour if you're a server.
That's ridiculous.
No, that's the way it is. So just understand.
But you don't agree with that. You think it should be more, right?
Well, if you're good, you're making way more than that. But they don't. Servers do not make, depending on, I guess, the restaurant, what they choose. But generally speaking, a server is not making. They're making less than $3 an hour. That's standard. Jesus. Yeah. And by the way, you're taxed. You know, everybody that pays, especially by credit card, they take all your credit cards. Well, you should always pay in cash or tip in cash at least, because when at the end of the day, all of your receipts that are credit card receipts, they take all your receipts, they add them up, and they're going to tax you on your total receipts number. They're going to tax you a minimum
because of the credit card fees, the processing fee of the machines,
or just in general, all of your. They have to charge you all of your credit card tips so they can see those. You're taxed on those full, and then a partial on all of your total receipts. You're getting taxed on. So just know that. So if you give a 0 tip, they have to pay, the state charges them, counting on some level of a tip.
Well, it also too with some of these smaller businesses, like my in-laws, whether they're having like something at like a music fest where they have those little pin pads where they take cards. They own pretzel stores in the mall. They will set a minimum, like they won't take a card under a $5 or a $10 purchase
because
they're charged by the little POS company. Like you can't just get a pretzel and a soda and have it be $4.92. If you're not spending more than $5, they're gonna charge you, or they won't take the business at all because it's not. They lose money on the actual transaction.
We should take a break. We have Fight Club coming up with a new contributor. Fight Club. A new one that I have not seen before. He sent me an email yesterday, so of course you go to the top of the list.
Top of the list?
Top of the list. We have Fight Club plus a ton more coming up.
It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg live on a Tuesday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, summer's the season for fresh starts. Nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth, Pennsylvania has been a family business built on high quality and true craftsmanship. And this summer, my friends at Kitchen Magic are making it so much easier than ever, really, to save 40% on installation, 40% off, plus flexible financing to fit any budget. 4 decades of local families have trusted them to get it right. Now it's your turn. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade that you deserve. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Summer is in full swing, and Tasty Cake makes it easy to keep everyone's favorite seasonal treats close at hand. The baked peach pie is filled with sweet peach flavor, while lemon cupcakes bring a bright, refreshing touch to backyard gatherings, weekend outings, and busy days on the go. So, the next time you're at your local grocery store, pick up a few for your family, your friends, or yourself. Celebrate every summer moment with Tasty Cake. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Summer's winding down, and now's the perfect time to get your home organized before fall arrives. Whether it's the master closet, garage, pantry, home office, or mudroom, Closet Factory Philadelphia designs custom storage solutions built around the way you live. A more organized home means less clutter, less stress, and more time enjoying what matters most. This August, make organization your next home improvement project. Visit ClosetFactory.com today and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Closet Factory Philadelphia, custom organization designed for your life.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
9 o'clock. Welcome back in. Hour number 4. Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning. It's Nick, it's Dawn, it's Greg. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Miss any of the show? Go back and get it on the free Odyssey app, rewind feature. Also, of course, the iHeartRadio app. And you can drag the cursor back on YouTube and go back and watch.
What?
Various moments.
Can you?
Of the show. Yes, you can.
Wow. Well, by the way, only had 184 likes today. Maybe it's because I'm sparring with the chatters, and I probably shouldn't do that. So maybe that's why our count is so low today.
That's why I don't look at it.
Right.
It can only derail you.
Right.
Don't stare at it. I don't want to hear the good or the bad.
For the people who think they're getting under my skin by saying, like, you have no idea what gets under my skin. Nothing gets under my skin. Okay? Nothing. I just like sparring. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun.
What are they doing to get under your skin or attempting to get under your skin?
No, it's not. It's not worth getting into.
Okay.
The hundreds of thousands of people that are listening, for me to call out 3 people is probably not worth my time, not worth the listener's time. And I don't want to waste anybody's time. But that being said, I think you should hit the like button. In spite of me. Hit the like button. If you're watching right now, hit that thumbs up button. Thank you. Thank you. Also, I haven't made a play for Instagram in a while. Thank you, Nick. UK, buddy, we good now?
What?
Uh-oh.
Are we good?
Are you and I good now? I know you were a little perturbed at me, and I didn't mean that.
I was just
I like
giving
conflict.
it back to you.
You know I like conflict, and sometimes I go too far, and I apologize for that.
You don't go too far. Sometimes you just need to have it returned back to sender.
No. At 1210 WPHT on Instagram. At 1210 WPHT on Instagram. I need 73, 20. I need 27 people. 27 people right now to follow us on Instagram. 27. So if you can follow us on Instagram, that'd be great. Like Jay McKeon 729 did, or Dangerous Dave. Dangerous Dave did.
Dangerous Dave.
Teresa did. I'll call you out.
Dangerous Dave. Sounds like a bad radio DJ name back in the 80s. Hey, it's Dangerous Dave here on a Tuesday. We got another commercial-free rock block.
Actually, that's a good,
Dangerous Dave Doring. On 92.5.
Everybody.
ABC.
Hit the follow button on Instagram. Let me see here.
Come on out to the big show this weekend. We're going to have keychains and beer koozies.
Vince. Thank you, Vince. April. Thank you, April. Come on. I need 27 of you. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that follow button on Insta. Okay.
I know why Rooney said he had a recess today.
Why?
He's trying to get the Save Act passed?
No, you can still donate to Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation to make it count on Team Kayal and Company and to make it count toward the bike ride for our great Families Behind the Badge.
Yeah.
Until the 15th.
Oh, so
TikTok,
today's
the 11th.
Okay.
He's racking up hours here to try to make a big sizable contribution.
Yeah.
Okay.
You think that's...
No, it's probably not going to happen. I think I'm punting on that. I don't even want to bring it up with him anymore. He clearly doesn't want to make a donation. I've tried to shame him. It doesn't work.
Thank you, Wellcraft97. Wellcraft97. Thank you very much for hitting that. Thank you, Ricky Rolls. Thank you, Ricky Rolls. See, this is what we do.
Sometimes you just arrive at the conclusion that you can lead the horse to the well, but you can't make the horse drink.
Yeah, especially when that horse is a scumbag, bottom-feeding, soul-sucking lawyer.
That's right.
That's not named Linda Kearns.
That's right.
Who I love.
There are good lawyers in this lifetime. Well, a few of them. And there's a lot of bad ones.
All right, here's my favorite story of the day. Nick also found this, so this is credit to both Nick and myself, because this is the best story of the day that we're getting to at 9:05. A Long Island Little League team locked kids' phones away 5 hours before every game. What was the result of locking kids' phones away 5 hours before every game? So a Little League Long Island team, no phones. How did the results come out? Roll this, Phil.
start winning. A Long Island Little League team is having its best season in 63 years.
Wow.
Thanks in part to a new game day rule. No cell phones.
Yes.
5 hours before each game, phones are collected and locked away until the final out. Here's the team's assistant coach.
I think kids can get lost in their phones and talking with their friends and being on different apps. And I think the ability to have that go away and just focus on talking with their teammates, getting ready for the game, focusing, understanding what our strategy and our approach is to the game. I think we've seen it benefit them a lot, and they love it.
Lightning round real fast, Molly.
Wow.
I just love
Yeah. Now Don Mattingly should impose that for the Phillies, and they'll go on a 10-game win streak. How about that?
Lock them away. Throw them in the ocean.
And St. Kristen will attest to this. This was the first year that I was able to be a sports dad, because as like a dance dad, I don't know the first thing about dance. If I tried to do any of that, I'd end up with a torn groin, and I'd have like a hernia surgery booked the next day.
Oh boy,
that'd be bad.
Like I was, I played baseball growing up as a kid up until like 9th or 10th grade. So like I know a little something about baseball. So Olivia plays softball this year. The only time, granted it was her first year and she was really good. The only time I lost my ever-loving sugar honey iced tea was 6 minutes before first pitch, and she was sitting in the dugout while other kids were, swinging a bat, loosening up, wrapping up a little long toss, and she was on the phone.
Oh boy.
And this was
Really?
this was on a little bit of a streak where she was on like an 0 for 4 streak at the plate the last 2 nights. So I walked over there and there was nobody around. And I said, "Give me that effing phone right now. Pay attention to the game." I'm not dealing with that. So like that was the only time I lost my stuff, and she ended up having a good game. I'm telling you, these phones, total disaster, and I'm guilty. I should have put my foot down years ago. Can't put the genie back in the bottle. It is what it is at this point. But for the future of other dads out there that still have time,
just gonna see something.
Put the foot down.
Okay, let me just see.
You
something
have
here.
to do it.
Just gonna do a little science experiment here, Dawn.
It's a distraction.
All right, let's see something here. Let's see. What was yesterday? Monday, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's see how many times Nick tweeted yesterday.
I was a little active yesterday.
All right.
A little bit.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
That can't be. No, stop.
16 times
No
you tweeted
way.
yesterday, yeah.
Now, are you including station retweets?
Yeah, I'm including everything.
Oh, that doesn't count.
No. I'm not including station retweets. These are just these 16 tweets. 16 tweets. So remember, your daughters do what you do. So when you're sitting here saying, "Give me that phone," how dare you spend all your time on the phone?
I'm a grown adult.
16 times you tweeted nonsense,
and it didn't impact
nonsense.
Didn't impact my ability to do any of my tasks. I'm telling you. By the way, and I guarantee you're going to end up with a story where this is going to spread. Coaches are going to pick up on this. Copycat world.
Right.
And you're going to have a parent that's going to cause a hissy fit. That's going to say, "You don't have the right to take away my kid's phone before a game."
Right.
And I'm going to be like, you know what? If your game's at 6 o'clock and you got to be there at 5:15 for batting practice, if I'm the coach, I grab one of the buckets where you put your balls in or whatever. "All right, kids, phones. Anybody got phones here? If there's an emergency, don't worry. We'll pull out your phone, for all the, the helicopter parents. Well, oh, Bobby's got this, and what if? All right, well, if that happens, we'll take care of it. Phones away. You're on my time now. You want to play baseball or you want to, twerk on TikTok?"
Road Warrior would like to know how much time you spent yesterday on the treadmill.
None.
Uh-oh.
Absolutely none. Might walk a little bit later today, though.
Walk?
Yeah.
What is walking gonna do?
I was gonna get some exercise yesterday, and then some moron at my golf course made some stupid policy decision about walking on the course on a closed day when they have a private event, so to speak. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm a member here, and I live in this neighborhood. You're telling me I can't walk the cart paths? I was legitimately going to walk the whole course from hole 1 to hole 18. I've done the calculation. It's about a 6-mile walk. It'll probably take me close to an hour and 45 minutes walking at a brisk pace.
Yeah, we can't have you out here walking in the event of an errant tee shot and you get hit by the golf ball. It's a liability. I wanted to grab this guy by the throat. I was so upset.
Well, blame scumbag, bottom-feeding, soul-sucking lawyers.
Precisely. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm a member here at a private club, and I live inside of the private community. You're telling me I can't, but I've got
they don't want to get sued.
Every little Bobby with an electric scooter riding around.
They don't want to get sued.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, that's what we have the treadmills for at the gym.
Oof.
I don't want to be on the treadmill. It's nice out. Ugh. Tired of fighting with people.
Let's go. Let's do Fight Club.
Less than 2 weeks away from the start of school in this hole we call Philadelphia. How's that air conditioning coming, by the way? Welcome to a Rooney-less Tuesday edition of Kayal and Company Fight Club, where this one is a little bit different than the normal ones we play. The Reverend will explain why. Kayal and Company Fight Club is brought to you by the Dr. Stocker Show, coming to late nights here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. If you need advice, go elsewhere. If you want a great fight, you're in the right place, because fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out,
we are going to knock you out.
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
Fight Club! On this Rooney-less Tuesday. So, I am going to credit a new contributor to Fight Club, Jackster.
All right, Jack. What you got?
So this is...
oh, my God. It's a... It's a
Nick.
disability fight?
Oh, no. Oh, Nick. There's so much... There's wheelchairs. There's people with one leg.
You know what?
They're homeless.
You know what?
There's this might be a gold star Fight Club.
Look, people with special needs and disabilities, they can get into fights too.
Yeah.
It's not just meant for certain communities.
Right.
It's very diverse.
Jackster, today's Fight Club contributor. Let's roll today's fight.
Oh, jeez.
Two people with one
amputated legs. Oh, he's up.
I think this woman's homeless.
Yeah.
But he's amazing. Oh no! Here comes the other one.
It's amazing.
She's pulling.
She lost a leg but grew a fupa.
She's
almighty.
This is amazing.
Is this local?
I have no idea. I don't know where it is.
I can see this could be. Wow. Yeah, that's a bad job out of the two-legged homeless lady.
It's amazing.
Right. I mean, you got to win that battle.
Right.
I mean, when you're only operating with 1.5 legs, you're obviously at a big disadvantage. Although, I'll tell you what, a lot of anger, you're constrained to a wheelchair, you let it loose one day, you catch somebody that's not expecting it, you take them out.
And you know what else? Sometimes when you're differently abled,
yes.
So your other leg and your hands and your arms are stronger to overcompensate.
You're absolutely correct.
So
yeah.
Well, I don't know what led to this.
Well, I want to know what led to the amputation of the big lady's leg. My guess is that she's probably too heavy and.
No, you don't know. She could have been a birth defect. No,
could be
both
diabetic.
Both of them had. I mean, if you put them both together, they're actually one human.
Stop, Gregory.
What's the old adage about in a one-legged ass-kicking kind?
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Think, but I know I'll butcher it.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Anyway,
it's amazing. Amazing.
We need more of this.
We need more.
Yeah.
We need more one-legged homeless person.
Yeah, I'm all Golden Corralled,
wheelchair Fight Club.
Cruised out. Yeah,
that's why I love today's.
Yeah, this is solid.
Right.
Jokester, Jackster. More of you. You see this, Gary Stam? I need diversity. Okay. Not the same rerun every damn day.
Irk on YouTube says, "Holy Hot Wheels! One of them is on his last leg, and one that has both has no leg to stand on."
Speaking of scooters and wheelchairs, and
Dr. Stalker, Don. Dr. Stalker.
Reverend Stalker.
Jump off the bridge and let's make one-legged jokes.
Eek.
I went to McCaffrey's last night. We needed pickles because Olivia was having burgers and she can't have a burger without a pickle. So I had to run and leave my house for a jar of Clausen pickles. Although they are great. Yeah, kosher pickles is the way to go. And go to McCaffrey's and there's like a 16-year-old boy who's restocking shelves, but he's driving around with the little basket in the motorized scooter. And he looked able-bodied and looked fine. I was going to say, yo, Holmes, what are you, lazy? You can't restock the 6 items on the 2 different shelves without the scooter?
Yeah.
But I didn't.
Good.
I bit my tongue.
You should.
And I tweeted 13 times earlier today, so I was out of thoughts and takes.
13 times. Can you imagine?
Nope.
Like every waking thought in your head
13
has to be put on Twitter.
I did my football predictions yesterday. There's lots of people that were just waiting for that to come out. I had to appease the masses. Sound, logical football thoughts on the upcoming season.
Okay. You know who you should be tweeting about? Bucks County Estate Traders.
I tweet about Matt Stanella all the time. I love Matt. Might actually play some golf with Matt. By the way, if you're looking for quality and great craftsmanship, then you should reach out to my guy, Matt Stanella at Bucks County Estate Traders. Just back in May, it's hard to believe, almost 3 months ago, nice little patio set that we purchased. Nice little bistro bar table setup, a little 2-seater, very high riser, nice little patio pavilion type vibe on the Kayal deck. Great experience. And look, we still have another good, 2.5, 3 months of good weather where you'll be outside. You might not be grilling, but you might be doing like the fire pit in the fall, chopping it up with your buddies. No matter what you're looking for, inside or out, you're going to be sure to find something that fits your style in their massive Hatfield showroom. 16,000 pieces, high-end furniture, built with the kind of quality craftsmanship that stands the test of time. These are like great pieces from high-end estates, okay? No matter your style, classic, modern, rustic, traditional, you're going to find stunning pieces that fit today's home. And the reality is this. You might think mom and pop, but they have all the technology as the big box stores. QR codes, details displayed instantly to your device. And their expert staff, the best in the business, no pushy salespeople, just straight shooters who know their stuff. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by the showroom in Hatfield because at the end of the day, Bucks County Estate Trader, that's right, it's the region's largest high-end furniture destination. Trust me, you will not be disappointed.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
Earn cash back on every purchase with your Cash Reward MasterCard from American Heritage Credit Union. You'll earn 3% cash back for essentials like gas and groceries, 2% for travel and dining, and 1% for everything else, like your morning coffee. Make sure you earn a little extra when celebrating our nation's 250th anniversary this summer. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
My name is Mary Viney, and I started with Crash Proof in 2011. Because of all the chaos that's going around the world today, the uncertainties, it's important to get your money off of risky markets and put it in a safe place. In 2026, with Crash Proof, I am earning over 20%. I was expecting to earn about 4 to 6, but it was over 20%, which is phenomenal. And what's nice is that's interest that I get to keep. It makes me feel good that I'm earning money, especially with the market going up and down. So this is the time, if you don't want to be under a lot of stress or pressure about your money, Crash Proof is the way to go.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute market. Ooh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola. Quiero una oveja. Pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, no. But they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh. Ba cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
Celebrate the legendary voice of the birds, Merrill Reese, at Merrill Live. An unforgettable evening of stories, memories, and behind-the-scenes moments with Merrill Reese and special appearances from some of your favorite players and more. Merrill Live at the Scottish Rite Auditorium, Tuesday, September 15th. Get your tickets now at 94WIP.com. Presented by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865. And Impriano Roofing and Siding. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Yo, Langhorn. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is Kayal and Company, the show that defies the odds and makes heads spin. You know, every now and then we take a gander during the 8 or 9 o'clock hour as to what some of our contemporaries, some of our colleagues are doing.
Uh-oh. This is when he's spiking the football, Don.
Oh, this is great. Good old Sports Radio 610, now on your FM dial, 95.7 The Fan in Houston, Odyssey-owned sports property. Basically,
they just got an FM dial there.
The WIP of Houston Sports.
Right.
Has a whopping 36 people watching on YouTube.
Oh, boy.
36. I think I could go home right now and live stream me clipping my toenails.
Oh, boy.
On the can, in the bathroom, and get a larger viewing audience.
Than their morning show?
Than another show in another station that gets propped up more than this one does. One day, we will be there, folks. One day.
Help us defy the odds by going over there right now and hitting that subscribe button and hitting that like button, please. You help us tremendously. I mean, you don't, because
yes.
nobody does anything about it. But you're helping us, show the suits that I'm constantly battling every day. I battle these people who know nothing about radio. And everyone's like, how do you get away with saying everything you say? It's because I don't care. It's because I don't care. I don't care. Fire me. Let me repeat that again. Fire me!
Yeah, I can't afford to be fired. I've got expensive habits, and
$4,000 golf clubs to pay off. And
nice.
I don't want to just be eating drumsticks the rest of my life. One day I'll kick them to the curb.
I'm daring you. I'm daring you, Odyssey Suits. Fire me. Come on, I'm right here.
You're like the Joker.
Yeah.
Right at the end. Come on, hit me. And then Christian Bale kind of...
Shout out to Pete DeFazio. Pete, thank you for following us on Instagram. Sloan Malagongo. Thank you, Sloan.
SM for short.
Archer Knack. WL Hughes. AJ PRIS 824. Dragonfly Boom. James Leo. Robert. Ricky Rolls. Thank you. We're calling you out for following us on Instagram. Follow us on Instagram, and I'll give you a shout-out. I appreciate you. You sit there like a lummox and listen.
Exactly.
EKZ says, I get the show on HD Radio Channel 98.13. Yes,
That's true.
We're on HD Radio, and we'll soon be on Sirius XM.
I can't wait for that.
By the way, that's coming in the fall, I believe. We'll be on Sirius XM. So,
how's that going to work? Do you know? Not to get in the weeds here, or maybe we shouldn't discuss it, but will that contribute to our success from the measurable standpoint?
Yes,
it will. Okay.
Yeah. It's just another platform for us to be. I will say this about the company: they're doing everything, by putting us on the iHeartRadio app.
Nice.
Now with Sirius, by giving us the advantage of being on YouTube. They're like get your shows out there for everybody to consume, which I applaud. You know what I don't applaud?
Who?
These people on this Alaska Airlines flight from Miami to Seattle. It was temporarily locked down and passengers deplaned Sunday after threats, including an alleged threat to hijack the plane. This is cut 18.
Better get out of there, buddy.
Cut 18. This is why we can't have nice things.
No, you're right.
The flight attendants have received threats from customers on board the aircraft.
Okay, do you need us to contact law enforcement?
Absolutely.
All right, go ahead and reach out to your company so they can get you towed back to the gate.
Sounds like Lawrence Jones
and
from
we're
Fox.
going to have law enforcement send them out.
Okay, understood.
Alaska 305?
Go for Alaska 305.
I can't really see, but the company coming back out and hook up?
We called, but the captain's on the phone. Again, last we heard from the flight attendants is we had a customer threat to take the aircraft over.
All right, copy. Let us know if you get in contact. We're going to try to reach out to them as well.
Yep.
Copy that, Cap. And we did contact law enforcement. They should be at the gate.
I'm guessing they didn't have a U.S. Air Marshal on that flight. Interesting.
I found the questioning interesting because the first thing I would have said, any weapons.
Right.
Any weapons, any hostages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this guy seems really calm and really, you want me to call, no S, Sherlock? Of course. We got, what? So the training, to me personally, is at issue here.
Mm-hmm. How would you feel if
Are you safe?
If
weapons, hostages.
Yeah. What would you think about a federal law where a U.S. Air Marshal was on every single flight?
Fantastic.
You would like that?
Yeah, I would love it.
You don't feel like that's overreach or surveillance state or none of that? No? Okay.
Nope.
All right.
I'd much rather be in an area where there are armed people.
Yep.
Honestly.
It's interesting.
Right.
Well, the reason I ask is because we're in this flock camera world now where we're constantly being monitored by the authorities.
I don't want to be monitored by them, but to be in an area, you know where the safest place to be is? A gun show.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Or a police a police charity event.
True.
You know when I'm not afraid of anything happening to me is when we're riding our bikes to Atlantic City.
Oh.
I mean,
I feel like $1 million. We have that escort.
We could fall off our bikes and hurt ourselves, but nobody's going to try and do us harm in that.
No.
You know what I mean? So I do think that any place where there are armed people, you are safer.
Okay.
You are safer.
Yeah.
Thank you. In fact, the Secretary Pete Hegseth and Senator Darlene Graham, Sissy,
Lindsay's daughter or sister,
officially unveil the renaming of Joint Base Charleston as Joint Base Lindsey Graham.
Okay.
The moment has now arrived.
With a shared vision for the future and deep respect for our past, together, let us mark this new beginning in 3, 2, 1.
There it is. U.S. Air Force Joint Base Lindsey Graham. Okay, there you go.
Brought to you by Halliburton. Are we past the period in which we can, we have to say nothing but pleasantries about guys like Lindsey Graham?
I don't know.
I tried to watch my tongue. I've never been a big fan of him. Although I got to say, when Dawn brought that up about the fact that he only had about a net worth of $1 million, that was one of the least, if you're sitting there saying, who is one of the most likely people that you think got wealthy on politics? I would have had Lindsey up there. And the fact that he was not one of those guys, you know what? I give him a little credit for that.
The U.S. has hired 2,000 video gamers to help solve the air traffic control shortage.
Hey, some of these kids are smart. Or adults, for that matter.
This has got 27.
Maybe not motivated, but intelligent.
You guys are trying to recruit gamers?
They problem solve, they're spatially aware, they do multiple things at the same time.
I've been a gamer most of my life.
They are looking for people that play video games. Okay, well that definitely fits me.
Yeah, you know what, I'm one of them. You can merge gaming with aviation, why not? It's like the best of both worlds.
I actually encountered the gamer ad.
I grew up playing a lot of flight simulators. I've always loved airplanes.
The similarities, making decisions in just a couple seconds or less.
So I wrote down the date and I stayed up till 12 until they launched the applications and applied.
Oh, I went out, passed the test, and I can't wait to become an air traffic controller overall.
This is my dream career because I think ATC is the coolest thing ever.
This is exactly what I want to do for the rest of my life. I have a proud wife, 3 sons.
I have my wife at home, 2 little girls. Great opportunity for me and my family.
We've never had a group perform that well.
I mean, look.
Pay attention. Get off the iPad.
Some of them might be lazy. Some of them might be fat. Some of them probably are virgins and have no social skills and wouldn't know what to do with a woman if they sat on them. But you know what? You can't deny some of them are pretty intelligent. I didn't see any dummies there. They sound like they've got a lot going on up in their head. Hopefully they can harness that for the task at hand. But yeah.
Are we good with this, Dawn? Are you good with them hiring video gamers as air traffic controllers?
We got a shortage, right?
They're still going to train them in.
Right.
They're still going to. So why not? And that's. I told my son Michael, who's he's awesome at these different games. When he goes on there, I'm like, you should apply. It's a 6-figure gig. They're going to fully train you in. Why not?
Yeah. Why waste with all due respect, I'm just going to jump in on the career path decision Michael's making because my degree is also in criminal justice. Now, if he wants to be a cop, that's awesome. But you can make a lot more money doing what you just said, Dawn, than being a, probation officer.
His problem with it is that they move them around a lot. That was his number because he researched it and he said a lot of these different jobs, whether it's air traffic control, but air traffic controllers, they have the right and they often do move them around probably because of shortages. I'm not really sure, but they can move them around like every 2 years.
So he doesn't want to relocate,
he doesn't want to
you don't
no,
want him
I didn't
to
even
relocate.
know this. I said, he goes, I don't know if that's really for me. And I said, can I ask why? Mm-hmm. And he said, because I don't know if he also had a buddy who was looking into it. And so they were researching it. And he said, they move them around a lot. Mm-hmm. And he was not interested in doing that.
Is he set on what he wants to do with his criminal justice degree? Does he want to be in law enforcement?
He's I think
because I would argue you don't need a criminal justice degree, whether it's an associate's or a bachelor's, to become if you can get into law enforcement by merely going through the academy, save yourself the debt. I mean, okay, you learn about the
you
process.
have to have an associate's.
Oh, you do? Oh, is that a requirement?
Yeah.
Okay, well then, cap it at 60 credits. Don't go for 4 years.
Yeah.
If you know you want for your entire career, you want to be a cop. Like I would say, don't go for a 4-year degree.
He's going for a 4-year degree.
Save the money. Now, if the money's not an issue, then okay.
I don't care what anybody says. I know this is not going to be popular in this space, but as the first woman in my entire family, the first to get a 4-year college degree, I viewed it because of my background, and my parents couldn't afford it. Nobody in my family did it. But I view it's a form of discrimination. So whether we want to admit it or not, it's this is what privileged elite people. It's no problem for them. They pay for their kids, and it's a ticket. It's just a ticket. Just get your degree, whatever it is, unless you're going to a specific thing. So unless you're going to be an electrician or a builder developer. By the way, if you're going to work for a builder, those series tests are so hard and incredible. But anyway, I digress. But unless you're going for one of the tech type things, then I would say if you can get the 4-year degree, because otherwise it's a form of discrimination that's used against all of us. That's why I got my 4-year degree as a journalist. I didn't go on and get a master's degree and all that stuff. And by the way, nobody asks you your grades. I had good grades, but nobody asks
That's true. Never
did
once
anybody
did
ever
anybody
ask you,
ask
what's
for
your
a
major? What was your GPA?
Never once a GPA. Never once an SAT. Never once the LSATs.
Nope.
Nothing. Now, did they ask where you went to school?
Maybe.
How many years it took you to, what years were you there? I think I've seen what your major or what your degree in is, but never once. That's the thing when we talk about this, this scam that is college on some fronts. Like, you get out of there with a 2.8 versus somebody with a 4.0. If that's not a metric or criteria for hiring, then who cares? That was the thing. When I did my 88-day stint in night school for law school, they were like, "Don't worry, just pass. That's all you have to do." Lawyers, a C is a degree. Like, you can get like a 70 and you're good.
But the LSATs you have to pass.
Oh, well, yeah, the LSATs. I never got to that point. No, I'm sorry. No, I took the LSATs. I never got to the point where I took the bar exam because I quit.
But I just, to me, it is a form of discrimination. That's not right. But I tell my kids, just get your degree. My brother, John, truthfully, he's 2.5, 3 years older than me. I graduated college before him. So he always says, they would say, what's your GPA? He'd say 4.0, 1 point every year. But it took him 6 years. He partied Black River Falls, like if you know that Wisconsin campus. He had a blast, but he graduated. That's all that mattered.
Took him 6 years to get a 4-year degree?
He did. He worked construction.
It's the line from Tommy Boy.
I know.
A lot of people go to school for 8 years, Richard. Yeah, they're called doctors.
He worked, in his defense, he worked full-time construction jobs and stuff like that. So he took some time off with really good construction jobs. Okay. But he got out and boom, went into business, ended up owning 4 different businesses, is like very well off, doing great. So my point is, though, I do think it still is a form of discrimination against a certain class of people if you're not well-to-do.
Speaking of Wisconsin, there is a primary happening there today for the Wisconsin governor. The polls are open right now. The moderate Democrats are scrambling to block socialist Francesca Hong.
That's her name.
From her inevitable win for the Democrat primary. Her opponent is a guy by the name of David C. Crowley. Excuse me. He's an African-American candidate. He's supposed to be like the more moderate candidate, but he takes offense when people call him the establishment. He says he looks at that like a slur. Roll this.
I'm trying to figure out who the establishment is, right? I think that when we talk about the establishment, I don't know who that is. I'm a kid that grew up in 53206 zip code. My parents was drug addicts and suffered from mental health. I worked extremely hard to be where I am today. And so when people try to call me the establishment, I look at that as a slur, particularly as an African-American candidate. And so I have never ran for office to protect the establishment. I've always been here to protect the people. That's my foundation. That's what I'm going to continue to do.
Put me and this guy on the
executive and what I'm going to do as the governor of Wisconsin.
We'll lose elections and butcher the English vocabulary. I'm with him until he starts saying it's a slur. Like, he has to realize anytime you're up against the communist, if you're less than the communist, you will be deemed and painted and portrayed as the establishment candidate. Right. Whether you're the incumbent or whether it doesn't matter. You could be a Kamala Harris type progressive, but if you're up against a Francesca Hong or an El Said, you will be labeled as the more establishment option. Period. Because you can't go any crazier than where they're at now. The communists, there's nothing left of that.
Say it with me, folks. Governor Hong. Say it with me, folks. Governor Hong.
If Tom Tiffany loses, as I said in the big take today, put him and John Thune, stick them in that little thing that Trump was hiding in on the plane, and just shove it off the Brooklyn Bridge. You lose to these people. If you lose to if you lose to somebody like this in Seattle or New York City, I got it. But at a statewide level, in a battleground state nonetheless, if you lose to a communist, you should be deported. Tom Homan, round up any Republicans that lose a general election to a communist. It's indefensible.
Well, let's go to the great state of Maine, where Troy Jackson, who's the person who
this is the Plattner plan,
replaces Graham Plattner after he was unceremoniously he dropped out of the race. Well, you were off, Nick, a couple weeks ago. We reported that Troy Jackson has some children with his cousin. So he's a cousin lover. Cousin lover.
I thought that only happened in the South.
Second cousin. if you can't keep it in your pants, keep it in your family.
That's right. Wow. Didn't know that happened up in the northeastern, North Atlantic or whatever they call it.
Fox News Digital went and asked multiple Democrats about this Troy Jackson report that he fathered two children with a second cousin. And shockingly, none of the Democrats knew anything about this.
Or probably cared.
This is cut 9, Phil. Cut 9.
Which will prove a point I have coming up.
Cousin lover.
You worried about that report that he had kids with his second cousin? Do you think that's a liability for him?
That. No idea what you're talking about, and I'm not going to comment on it.
I'm not following the Maine race that closely.
Haven't seen it.
Haven't heard about these reports.
I don't know anything about that, but what I do know is that we have got to elect Democrats up and down the ballot.
Now do it like a man on the streets and ask the people, the public that actually decide these things if they know. And the answer is no, they don't know, because we live in little social media news cycle bubbled algorithmic cocoons where we're only fed 1/3 of reality, and the other 2/3 we either ignore or we don't know exists. Although I would say, and I think this is true, short of pedophilia, I don't think anybody gives a rip anymore about what politicians are charged with, alleged to have done, unless it's, a crime against a minor, obviously the worst of the worst. Perhaps, some domestic violence stuff. But I think for the most part, so many people are so dug in and they know that politicians are scum. They just want results. They say, okay, I like that policy. Now, can you deliver it for me?
Right.
I think that's what it comes down to on both sides for the most part.
Yeah, I will say with Wisconsin, where my mom was born and raised there. I have a lot of family who still live in Wisconsin. And so with regards to Wisconsin, it'll be interesting to me to see how, because Milwaukee is, one of, if not they're the biggest city. So you've got a huge population there. I think they're not going for Wong. I think that Wong wins Madison, Wisconsin, which is the capital. It's more white, woke.
Liberal elite college.
Yep. Right, with that whole situation that fits the, I would say fits the description for Wong. But I just can't see. I don't know, I'm just thinking of you think of some of the areas about where they're supporting hunting, fishing, how does Green Bay, all these different areas. This would be, is everybody sort of not talking about the first candidate you aired, who's an African-American man, who's somebody who maybe is more relatable. I think the Republican wins those other cities, but I think Wong is the one that if I were the Republican, I'd want to go against Wong, who, even though she now claims Thanksgiving is her favorite holiday and whatever, there are too many sound bites out there where she says she hates holidays and all that crazy stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm the Republican.
Well, I think Kalshi agrees with you, because now look, Hong is going to win the primary today against the guy who said it's a slur. I mean, Kalshi has Hong as a 97% likelihood.
Wouldn't that be crazy though
of winning this primary? But here's what they're right about, I think. In the general, this fall, 61% chance that the Republican wins. 39% chance that Hong wins.
Okay.
Again, I'm willing to come off of my stance if a state race is decided where a socialist or a communist wins. I get they're winning primaries.
Do you think that if Michigan goes Al Sayed and Wisconsin goes Hong,
then your AOC thing, if she decides to run, looks like at least a 50. I would give it at least a 50-50 shot that you're correct.
That's all I needed to hear.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're
That's
welcome.
all I needed to hear.
Oh, I'm not going to. I will not ignore the undeniable when it plays out. That's just foolishness on anybody's part. But I need to see something more than New York City or super blue areas where the socialist communist is knocking out the yesteryear progressive. It's like amazing. Honestly, if you think about it, the Squad Democrats are kind of yesteryear. It's this new little batch now that's come in.
But this, to me, just as we said about Michigan, it's a harbinger. Just watch what happens. So, I mean, David Crowley, who you played, if he wins this thing, I think, and because he's the one who's endorsed, obviously, by Governor Evers. So if, that were to happen, I think that's bad for the Republican candidate.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, because that person is not as crazy as the alternative.
So
sometimes you want to actually go up against crazy to show that you're kind of common sense, even when you might not be, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I need 20 more people to get over to YouTube and hit the thumbs up button so we can get to 300 likes. Okay, 300 likes. It's not too much to ask. Usually I'm asking for 600. I just need 300 likes. So get on over to YouTube. Can you be the 300th like? You can put that in. We'll give you a little star. You know how you get like little stars in shirts?
A gold star, a silver star.
We'll give you a little gold star if you're the 300th liker. Speaking of socialist, Mondami apparently used to have a heavier accent.
Another code switcher.
What?
Yeah. They're unearthing a lot of old videos of him. He was a rapper too, wasn't he? Didn't he do some rap?
Yeah, he was. It was kind of like a Middle Eastern Eminem.
MC Uganda or something. I don't know.
You wish.
I don't know. Roll a little bit of the old Mondami accent.
Socialism. This is Zohran Mamdani. He's running for mayor of New York and currently polling second. Here's what he normally sounds like.
We gather tonight
This is 2024.
in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country, in the history of the world.
But in an interview in South Africa, he sounded a little different.
I actually created a playlist for Mira, who also happens to be my mother. Nepotism and hard work goes a long way.
And in an interview with the Turkish-American podcast, Mamdani sounded different again.
I'll be honest with you, Brother Mansoum, is that at this point, not many people are thinking about it.
And here is Zohran during his rapper days.
You know, it would have been here earlier, but worldwide tour is a worldwide tour is a worldwide tour. As in you can't just stop it.
I do a deep dive into Zohran Mamdani.
It's unbelievable.
Dive from you.
It's the effortless ability to and it sounds and they all sound organic, right? Like if you saw them speaking or listened to them for the first time, you'd be like, okay, that's the way that person talks.
Now,
how much time do they invest in being able to do that effectively?
Let me just play devil's advocate here because that's what I do. Like, the longer you're here, you pick up and develop the quote unquote American accent.
He's been
right.
Here, what, 26 years?
Well, that's the thing though, is that those videos, one was from 2016, which was 10 years ago, and the other was from 2020, which was 6 years ago.
Right.
So it's not like it was 30 years ago he sounded like this. It was literally 10 years. Can you change an accent that quickly? I don't think you can.
No, I think it takes work.
No, he's a phone. Come on, he's a phony.
Yes. Let's see here. He was born in 91. What year did he and his
so
family?
young.
I know.
Oh my God, he's so
I feel
young.
old now.
Oh my God.
He'll be dead in 18 years. It's almost over for me.
Thank God.
Yeah, he went to the Bronx High School of Science in Kingsbridge Heights in 2010. So he's been here. Came back in oath. He's been here for over 17 years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What a turd.
Code switching.
Yeah, not just for the females. We've seen it with Kamala. She can throw it around. AOC has done it.
So was he putting that accent on back then just to sound more authentic?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the
That's
whole
a phony.
problem.
That's an actor. That's so phony.
Like when I moved to the South, I didn't adopt the y'all and the Southern drawl, and like I butcher the English language in only one way.
Right.
The only way I know how.
Right.
organically.
But if you were born in the South and you had that drawl, that Southern drawl, and you lived here for 10 years, would you sound like us, or would you still sound like the Southern? You know what I mean?
Is it a subconscious thing that you do, or is it?
Know.
I kind of think of Farish. Like Farish had a little slip last week. Not a slip,
that was
but
great.
He reverted back to the way he probably spoke years ago in Long Island.
It's so good.
Right?
So good.
Yep.
Right.
I think we actually clipped it.
We did.
Yeah. Go back and watch it on the 1210X feed.
Yeah, right.
Now, I will say to your point about looking at the years, which is important.
Right.
So when I was a kid, from ages on my 10th birthday through my 16th birthday, those formative years, we lived in the South.
Mm-hmm.
And so moved from Illinois, from the Midwest, from the Chicagoland area. And so especially my sister and I had strong Southern accents.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Did you have anything when you were out in Minnesota and Wisconsin?
So what happened was I always wanted to be a journalist since I was 8. But when we moved to Minnesota from Raleigh, North Carolina, when I'm talking like this, was that I was watching TV news every single day to speak like a Northerner. Okay. So I started watching the news every day, and I would mimic Ebonics, if you will, to lose the accent. Because, of course, I was being teased even by the teachers.
Oh.
They couldn't understand me.
So they wanted you to kind of learn the whole "don't you know" type vibe.
Well, I think there's it's a dialect,
right?
But so as a child, to Greg's point, if Mom Donnie had that when he was much younger, and let's say that video was from the time he was a teenager, or just moved. Then it's understandable.
Your accent doesn't come from your parents; it comes from your peers.
Yes.
So it's where whatever school you're in, you sound like. You know what I mean? Like my son's gonna have a Philadelphia accent. I don't feel like I have it. My wife doesn't have it because we didn't grow up here.
Great point.
But he's gonna have one. You know what I mean? So,
but certain words you do have to fill it. Like when you say, how do you say water?
Water.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't say water. No. But I think if you're in the Northeast or on the West Coast, I think we're lazy with our speech, and I'm guilty of that. Like mid-segment, when we're chopping it up, I'm very lazy with my speech. My speech is better when I'm reading like the big take, when I'm slower. But like when you're a Northeasterner, you get animated. Oh my God! Could you imagine like a bar brawl breaking out in the Northeast, and Dawn comes in and she's monitoring grammar? She'd be throwing out like red cards left and right, like a soccer match.
By the way, thank you to Maley for following us, and Vince. Follow us on Instagram at 1210WPHT, at 1210WPHT. I will give you a shout out. Thank you for following us. We should break and come back and do news and Phil.
Today in music history on the way. A-Chair is next. Stay right there.
Craving real barbecue? Head to Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey. Voted Best of South Jersey Barbecue for 14 years. Open Friday through Sunday from noon till 7. Featuring St. Louis-style ribs, beef brisket, burgers, and an all-you-can-eat buffet every Sunday. Dine inside, relax outside, grab takeout, or let Henry's Hots cater your next event with full-service catering. Find them at 1003 Black Horse Pike in Folsom or visit bestbbqsj.com. Henry's Hots Barbecue. Real Texas-style barbecue done right.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Are you a can kicker / procrastinator? Here's the deal with can kickers. One day that can could be a bucket, and that's not something you want to kick. When it comes to life insurance, you can't procrastinate another day, because today is the day to call Big Lou. If you're 50 to 60, maybe a little porky, on meds or type 2 diabetes, you may qualify. Big Lou specializes in people with real-life health glitches because everyone's got one or two. Then Big Lou knows how to tip the scales in your favor. A $1 million term life policy may only cost about $200 a month, depending on age, health, and the policy you choose. Remember, Big Lou's like you. But when it comes to a can, he spends more time sitting on one. For affordable term life insurance today, call Big Lou at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com. When it comes to life insurance, don't kick the can. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just about 60 seconds away from Dawn's Big Three. Dawn Show coming up top of the hour as we wrap up a Tuesday edition of Kayal and Company. And as always, before we get to the news, we start with the music and what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today on
August 7th, we celebrate the birthdays of Joe Jackson as well as Jim Cale from the Guess Who. Heavenly birthday shout to Eric Carmen. Sing the Coup, Don't Be Cruel, and Hound Dog by Elvis in 56. I Will Not Bow by Breaking Ben in 2009. Another One Bites Dust by Queen in 80. Out in the Coup, Don't Tread by Damn Yankees in 92. Invisible Horizons by Rage in 89. And Richie Kotzen's debut on the same day. Also in 2011, the Go-Go's got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In 99, Kiss got theirs. In 79, Led Zeppelin played their last UK show. In 69, Deep Purple recorded Speed King. In 80, Johnny Cash sang a duet of Jackson with Miss Piggy on The Muppet Show. And in 89, Bon Jovi's album New Jersey became the very first U.S. rock album legally released in the Soviet Union. But lastly, on this day in 87, Rolling Stone magazine proved once again they were frauds as they declared Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band as the best album over the last 20 years. The fact remains, Sgt. Pepper's is not better than Exile on Main Street. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Miss Piggy reference.
I had to put that in.
You did. And we have to get out of here. Tee it up for Dawn Stensland and the Big Three.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
Big Three breaking news this Tuesday morning, August the 11th, sponsored by Ashley Furniture. So much going on, we want to get right to it. Number one in your Big Three, we'll tell you why it's going to be a very Merry Christmas for Sixers fans. That's upcoming, so we have late breaking news on that one, LeBron news. But I want to get to this immediate cash reward being offered. This is U.S. Marshals sending out this message to a suspect considered armed and dangerous with a very long rap sheet who's on the loose right now, believed to still be in Philadelphia. U.S. Marshals say it's only a matter of time. That message to a 19-year-old wanted in connection with the murder of Penn State student Billy Schmidt. Well, he's now a person of interest in the theft of an off-duty Philadelphia police officer's vehicle. We've been telling you about that story. So a connection made here, that according to U.S. Marshals. Here is Supervisory Deputy U.S. Marshal Robert Clark on 6ABC with more details on the most wanted individual, Gaddafi Fleming.
Back in June.
We were asked for assistance by the Philadelphia Police Department. You know, their detective divisions just work diligently, fast, they're thorough.
This revelation comes after suspects broke into an off-duty police officer's Dodge Charger just after 3 a.m. this morning in Eastwick. Police say the officer followed the men to the 2900 block of South 70th Street. Gunfire was exchanged before the suspects fled in a stolen red Lexus that was later found. Sources say they later drove off in a blue Lexus, also reported stolen.
Anyone who shoots at police on or off duty, we consider an immediate and deadly threat.
In June, Smith was shot and killed after police say his cell phone was stolen. Investigators believe Fleming stole the car that was used during the robbery and subsequent murder, and then got rid of it afterwards. His 16-year-old brother was already captured by U.S. Marshals in Colorado and is facing murder charges. Fleming now faces robbery, conspiracy, theft, and obstruction of justice charges in connection with that case.
The message to him and his family would be the same that I gave to his brother almost 2 months ago. Surrender now or be caught later.
Or be caught later. $5,000 immediate cash reward to anybody who turns this guy in. So the brothers, the Fleming brothers. So they caught the 16-year-old, and now they're looking for the 19-year-old.
Good. I can't wait until they get this guy involved in a murder.
Allegedly.
Allegedly over a frickin' phone. And then you're going to... I mean, that's the thing. If you are crazy enough, sick enough, and gutsy enough to shoot at an officer, well, then you're capable of anything.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. If found guilty, the punishment is not going to be harsh enough for this. Look at those dead eyes.
Yeah.
They're dead eyes. This scumbag has soulless,
empty,
soulless.
Yep.
It's disgraceful.
What the Schmidt family, has been through, and I will just say this, that when that happened, we've talked a lot about it and done the follow-ups. But how much have you really heard about the search for the suspects and even the arrest of the 16-year-old who was never named? He's not really named until now, or the name in the headline. And so you have to ask yourself, well, shouldn't that have been a headline, a major headline at some point?
You would like to think so. Of course, I'm always interested to see what the Inquirer is leading with, and I'm just looking at their website right now, and Yeah, there's something that Dawn's going to talk about shortly on Christmas, but I don't see this story in the first 7 or 8 headlines links.
And how old is this individual, Dawn?
The older brother is 19.
The other one
the
was
younger
16.
brother's 16.
Yep.
So
lock the whole family up.
And the Billy Schmidt thing was what? May?
June.
June.
I believe it was in June.
Okay. Yep.
So he would, you think about, he'd be starting his senior year, and he would be starting. And we've talked to his dad and his family and his loved ones, his sister. It's just, but he would be getting ready for school to start in less than 2 weeks.
And in a matter of time, he'll be starting his freshman year in the joint.
Why don't we lock up parents for raising degenerate children? That should be a crime.
Parental liability.
That should be a crime. Absolutely. Absolutely it should be. Yeah. Absolutely it should be. Yeah. I'm sure this person didn't have both parents in the household anyway, so it doesn't matter. But absolutely lock the parents up, especially on heinous crimes like this. Especially in heinous crimes like this. Yes, 16, 19, whatever. Lock up the entire family.
It's amazing what the threshold is before parents are charged. Remember that story we had a year or two ago in Michigan where the parents were charged for the kid going and I think was shooting up a school or something to that effect, and the parents were divorced and they were each charged separately. Like, that's the threshold for the government or the law enforcement or prosecutors to get involved.
Right.
I'm not opposed to it. I'm not.
The only thing I'll say about that Michigan case, because it was unusual.
It was.
Was that the parents were right there in the principal's office, and the kid had the gun in the backpack.
Right.
And they never said to the principal, you know what, we did buy him a gun for Christmas. Never bothered to tell or say, let's look in the backpack or anything of that nature.
Yep.
And then remember, the kid in that case was the one who implicated his parents.
Right.
That's right.
Hated the parents.
Right.
Yep.
91 LSXer asks if the Eagles are going to, quote, say his name or have anything in remembrance like they did with George Floyd. It's a good question. It's a good question. Duh Eagles. Duh Eagles. This doesn't make the same news. This doesn't get the same news coverage that George Floyd gets.
Of course not. No.
Unbelievable.
Why would it?
Unbelievable. Lock the parents up. Lock the grandparents up. Lock the aunts and uncles up. Lock the community up.
I'm legitimately looking on Philly.com as we're having this conversation. I don't see the story. Not under the latest. Not under. Where's the crime tab? Or they don't have a crime. Well, no, they would never have a crime tab. Because then they have to report truth. Nothing under the politics. Let's go to news here.
This story breaks my heart. It really does, because it's such an avoidable tragedy, and these scumbags.
Here's the news headlines on Philly.com, not the Steele Dawn's news or anything. There's a Josh Shapiro story. There's the Sherelle Parker story. There's the Bryce Harper stuff Dawn had at 6 o'clock.
Which I'll get to.
Philadelphia entrepreneur story. Should you drink Philadelphia's tap water? I know that's been a big story in the last 2 days.
The answer is no.
There's a Jalen Hurts story.
Of course.
There's a Trump story. I don't see this story on Philly.com.
Yeah.
So I will say this also, that there's the reward that we talked about for the brothers, by the way, has been up to $30,000. But I'm going to say this, that the stepfather of the teen allegedly involved in, we're talking about the brothers, the Fleming brothers, the stepfather was allegedly involved in the killing of Penn State student Billy Schmidt. And the stepfather is facing these charges. The stepfather ID'd is 35-year-old Dante Abdul Malik on charges of hindering apprehension and tampering with evidence. And so Abdul Malik is the stepfather of 16-year-old Azubair Outen Fleming, who was arrested already. Remember, they caught him in Colorado, the 16-year-old, in Billy Schmidt's shooting. So the stepfather is actually implicated here.
Great. If found guilty, lock him up.
Yeah.
Lock him up.
So I was just looking up since you brought up the parents.
There's no rehabilitating these kids. There's nothing. If they're found guilty, strap them into the electric chair and be done with it. Yeah. Be done with it. Take them out of society. Yeah. I mean, legally.
Yeah, especially if you're complicit with it as a. Now, is he being charged with murder or an accessory? I mean, either way, the one that's on the loose, the 19-year-old.
So the 19-year-old is a quote-unquote person of interest.
Person of interest. Okay. Yeah. Well, between that and shooting at an officer, you're done. You don't get another opportunity.
Brain
surgery. You can't be trusted.
Okay, and they're still searching for the second other suspect ID'd as 16-year-old Kaiseem Smith.
Got it.
So I have to say this. How old were all of these kids when they were banned from the classroom for 3 school years in Philadelphia?
Nothing to do with that. I gave you the benefit of the doubt.
Middle school students.
I gave you the benefit of the doubt a couple weeks
chance.
ago. This is a culture that cannot be nothing can be swayed from them. Honestly, this is raised parents' behavior.
Okay.
Has nothing to do with the pandemic.
Yeah, my guess is these people were on a collision course with the law.
They weren't adhering to any guidance on anything.
Yeah,
these are street thugs.
Well,
Street
sometimes
thugs
your only chance or your only refuge is school. And I'm just saying, when they were fifth grade-ish, they were banned from school for 3 years.
It has nothing to do with that.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing.
Okay.
I gave you the benefit of the doubt a couple weeks ago. This is not that case.
I am right.
These people are
all these kids. If they had any chance in the world,
they didn't.
It would have been when they were in middle school.
It's learned
which
behavior.
They were banned from.
It's learned behavior.
It's a disregard for authority. Okay. It's the disrespect of anybody that will tell you, no, you can't do that.
It's a ridiculous argument.
I know we talked a lot about the vaccines, but I want to play one specific soundbite, which I think is, to me, very telling. And this is RFK Jr. talking about autism. And this is a huge story. The rise in autism rates, and he explains this better than I've seen anybody explain this. And I just want you to watch and listen. So he's talking about the autism epidemic, and he refutes, I think, more articulately than I've heard why. Because even my husband will say, there's a spectrum. And they used to put kids who nowadays would be mainstreamed in school, they used to put them in an institution. You didn't see the kids as much. And that's a talking point, and I think there's truth to that. But let's go through this, because you think about autism rates skyrocketing. So the CDC, just to review, has said more recently, at the very least, 1 in 31 children is diagnosed with being on the spectrum of autism. In California, boys, in California, let's say it's 1 in 12. I just, over the weekend, went to be with family and friends in the Fort Myers, Naples area. My best friend in the whole wide world, Colleen, is a school teacher, a longtime school teacher in the Naples schools. And so in her classroom there, she's going to have 12 first grade children. She's expecting she's being told she'll have at least 3 autistic kids out of 12 in the first grade. 3 out of 12.
That's 25%.
Okay.
But
they had autism training. I was helping her get her classroom ready teachers are undergoing autism training because of so many kids, kindergarten, first grade, starting out. You're looking at a minimum 2 and 12. That's what all the kindergarten
we're
kids
too
I polled.
loosey-goosey with what they consider autism. That's the problem.
She brought that up. She said that her higher performing kids who are brilliant, the Elon Musk kids, they were transferred out of her class because she's a veteran teacher and she's highly trained.
You're saying
three of the 12 of her first graders are the lower performing, so really challenging. But because she's and by the way, all these teachers said, no problem, we've got this.
So you're saying we've expanded the definition of what constitutes autism?
Yes.
And so
Greg is correct.
It's called the autism spectrum. Which Captain Dumbpants here, RFK Jr. is going to be, something happened in the 90s. Yeah, in 1994.
Okay, let me play the bite. Let me get to the bite. But what I'm saying to you is, my girlfriend, since she was out of college, okay, so she was 21 years old. She's now been teaching for, 27 years? How come she didn't have this level of autistic kids? Not high performing. That's not what I'm talking about. She's had them over the years.
My brain hurts.
So he's going to explain this. And so I want to go to this clip first, Dan Borowski, if I could. And this is where he explains and the key word is environmental. He doesn't say vaccine. He says environmental, what the cause is here. Let's play this clip.
About this issue, and I'll just give an example. In 1970, the biggest epidemiological study at that time in history was performed. And the university scientists from across this country looked at all the 8-year-olds in Wisconsin, about 900,000 children. And they were looking for autism, and they knew what autism looked like. And they came back with an incident rate of 0.8 per 10,000. So less than 1 in 10,000. The rate, according to CDC today in this country, is 1 in every 31 children. In California, it's 1 in every 19 children, 1 in every 12.5 boys. Well, there has been a dramatic increase. One of the things that the industry likes to say, one of the talking points, which the press loves to parrot, is, oh, we're just noticing it more. But this is an absurdity, and this is an assertion that has been debunked again and again and again by peer-reviewed literature. But it's also debunked by common sense. Because if we were just noticing it more, we would notice it in older groups. But we're not. We're only noticing it in kids who were born around 1989 or after.
Because we
the
didn't-
older generations, you're
Wait
not
for
seeing
it.
those increases. So something
I can't believe you
happened
buy into this nonsense.
in the mid-90s that changed our children, and it has to be an environmental exposure. Because genes don't cause epidemics. They can provide a vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin.
1994
So-
is when they started the autism spectrum. So Asperger's and all that stuff that Elon Musk has, all that stuff, that was peer reviewed and determined in 1994. That's why the rise. Now everybody's on the verge of the spectrum. You know what I mean? Like I would like
Okay, but have you ever until you had your son,
I would
who's
like-
5?
I would
how
like
many? I just came from a weekend where I was in a school, a grade school, where I was helping do bulletin boards, okay, Friday and Saturday, talking to a plethora of teachers who love they are ready, they're good to go, went through, and they've all, many of them, including my best friend in the world, and they've been, so you haven't been around little kids, Greg. You don't, so I'm simply saying he never said the word vaccine. He said environmental toxins.
What do you think
so
that
my
is, though?
question, let me just finish.
it's nonsense.
Let me finish. What is wrong with looking at every study and trying to figure this out? Well,
does he have-
follow the science and investigate? They have poo-pooed every study, and that's my point. I'm glad that he said
Okay.
environmental
But
toxin.
has he rattled off any possible culprits as to what the environmental toxins
Tylenol
are?
They're
That's not-
investigating everything. Nick.
Tylenol is not an environmental
Yes,
toxin.
yes.
But that's what I'm
they're
saying.
looking into high usage of Tylenol.
when you
That is
say-
one of the things.
That's not
Tylenol it affects your brain.
Tylenol's a drug. It's not from the environment.
It could.
It's like he's saying something is in the air, in our drinking water.
No, Nick, an environmental toxin could be anything. It could be something in your drinking water.
That's what
it could be something
okay.
in the folic vitamin you're taking.
Okay.
It could an outside environmental thing that could potentially be a toxin. Could it be too much of something such as Tylenol, such as a vaccine, such as blah 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 blah, whatever.
Okay.
So all I'm saying is, what is so wrong with following the science and investigating
Well, they're not following the
potential?
science. That's the problem.
What they've done, Greg Stocker, I just bought, there's a new thing, I'll bring it in. Time Magazine dedicated a whole thing to autism, and I'm the only one, I believe, here who has two family members who are diagnosed with autism, by the way,
Yeah, I don't
in the
think I
time
have-
frame that he's speaking of.
I don't think I have any in my family.
Little nephew and niece. And so all I'm saying is that my relatives, you know what they heard their entire since their kids were diagnosed? Well, must be in your heredity somewhere. It's in your DNA. So basically what they say is, this is related to genetics.
Well, they should also
It's
go.
something
they
in
should-
your family. It's your fault.
RFK Jr. should also go around the room and ask how many kids have anxiety and how many kids have bipolar disorder and how many kids have this. I'm sure the levels would be off the charts. You know why? Because we're loosey goosey with the term autism. You have, you see numbers differently. You're like, you're autistic. You see the world differently. You're autistic. That's the problem. Is that we just call everybody autistic, that we don't know what the We don't know what they're going through. That's the problem.
Yeah, we do.
It's not environmental.
We do over.
Yes.
So do you know that? Do you know that in a school system?
My giant brain.
Do you know that, Greg?
Yes, my giant brain knows
because according to the educators I know, there has to be a specific diagnosis, and there actually are different parameters for this.
Okay.
Did you know that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, sure.
You didn't know it.
Okay.
You didn't. You're doing what he's saying. You're just parroting the talking
He's
points.
an idiot. He's an idiot. The end. He is. I don't take anything. He was a heroin addict. What the hell are we taking advice from him? You want to talk about Jay Bhattacharya and all that? Fine. Like, I'm fine having this dip stick getting up there. He's shaking. No, I'm not taking advice from him. No, I'm not.
Well, let me ask you this.
Just like I wouldn't take advice from Fauci. Like these people, they're no.
Beyond the obvious of wanting to have the conversation and try to get to the root cause of what causes all this, whether it's overdiagnosis or environmental or anywhere in between in the 50 Shades of Grey. Like, he's been on this kick for a long time. Like, I'm just wondering, like, what? And this is not a criticism of it. It's just a genuine curiosity. What drives this guy?
He was when he was a Democrat, and he was a media darling, by the way.
Sure, but he was always the oddball
He was a
Kennedy,
leading
right?
environmental attorney.
Right.
And so that's his wheelhouse. He was considered a top attorney in the nation. Yep. And he went to court and battled a lot of these different companies as a top environmental attorney. So in this thing, I think he's used to reading reports that talk about environmental damage having to do with, let's say, water pollution or things of that nature. The fact that he's on this and he's saying that these are outside causes. In other words, what he's saying is, what I'm saying is, what is so wrong with looking at this with fresh eyes? Because he was quoting a lot of studies that have been buried. He's saying, let me just finish this one real quick here. Let me just finish this. The so-called conventional science has, for all of these years, said, oh, this is in your genetic, this is in your family somewhere, this is your DNA.
Agreed.
All he's saying is, what if there are other factors?
Okay, well, here's
the
thing.
What he's saying is, it doesn't make sense. If we go back and we study people from the 1960s or 1950s, when autism, when those definitions started to be made, or even before that, then how come we can't go back and study those people?
Well, okay, so my only question is
there should be just as many in a population.
What is he waiting for? He keeps citing peer-reviewed articles. Well, then publish them. Show your work.
We were going to get to the bottom of it last August. Remember, he said
they're trying.
By August we're going to okay.
Well, he is claiming
they're grifters.
He is claiming he's got peer-reviewed articles that defend.
No, they all exist. It's just part of the problem is that once the so-called established science said, nope, nothing to see here. We're not going to study this anymore.
If you run counter to
you have to rely on other countries.
Then they poo-poo you and they try to slander you and discredit you.
Then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I know the way it works, but we had a big circle jerk, a waste of time with binders over the Epstein files. So all the influencers. Then here's the thing, Bobby. All right, you have 90 days. Put it in a binder. Throw it up on whitehouse.gov. Let us read it. That's all.
And you know,
look, I'm just glad the fact that we have people that are, and here's the other thing. It's not like he's on the take, right? He's not lining his pockets with big pharma. If anything, it's the opposite, right? Like, so I'm willing to hear him out, but I do know the guy. He BS's a lot of his numbers.
Doesn't he have a brain worm?
He's got a bear in his trunk. He's got all sorts of stuff.
Ridiculous. We take advice
I'll
from this
come
guy.
full circle even from yesterday when we were talking about AOC doing a fertility shot to spur her eggs so that she can harvest them and freeze her eggs. I will say this, that I certainly hope that they're looking at the fact that we're having children with older eggs. So look at what happened, let's say by the mid 90s or even early 90s compared to, let's say, the 60s or 50s or 40s, because all females are born with our eggs. If you have a little girl, she was born with those eggs. So it used to be that people had kids. My mom had her first child. I think she had my brother when she was, barely 20, and had me at 21. So now women are getting older and older, And I'm not saying this
Becomes
crudely.
more high risk, right?
So older eggs.
Yeah.
And so then when you think about the average person, what's the average age of your first baby? Then think about those so-called older eggs. And that's why a woman's fertility at your 35th birthday, in general, depending on your DNA and all that good stuff, your fertility goes down to 20% or less.
I remember my wife telling me, because my sister-in-law has Down syndrome, that the risk of Kristen and I having a baby with Down syndrome would go up a percentage each year above and beyond her being pregnant at the age of 30. So to what you're talking about. But I also, and I don't know, maybe you have this answer, Dawn, does the age of the dad matter?
Yes.
Because if you're one of these young chicks that's 28 and you're marrying a 62-year-old and having a baby, aren't they at higher risk as well of having...
It's a little different, but yes, and specifically in autistic kids, and Asperger's, I believe, there have been studies with that regard. So my hope is that they're looking at all of these factors as well. When I was reading the Time, because I read everything I can get my hands on with autism, one of the things I noticed in the Time magazine article, which completely poo-poos all of what we're talking about, anything other than genetics, but one thing I did notice, there were a lot of parents in there talking about their personal stories and going through IVF, in vitro, and because you shoot up certain chemicals. So all I'm saying is, isn't all of this good to just examine or re-examine because we don't know the cause? They keep saying the autism puzzle and the mystery. Why don't they review all of this? What's so wrong with it? Why do people get so upset? Rather than telling people, and just think about how cruel this is, well, it's your genetics. I don't believe that it's all genetics.
Yeah, they're basically
it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, they're basically just telling you, whether it's right or not, like, blame your parents. It's on you.
We also know that when you have children, when you wait to have children post age 35, the genetic composition of the egg in particular changes. So could that be a piece of it? All I'm saying is follow the science, study it, spend some money.
They're not following the science. That's the problem. They're not.
I hope they do.
They're not. They're taking these debunked scientific garbage and they're like, this is the reason I'm studying this. You're studying nothing. Go fight a yak.
All right, Greg just doesn't like RFK
I am tired of him being the spokesperson for something. You know what I mean? Just like you guys are, want to see Fauci jail because he's not you're going to poo-poo Fauci and then take medical advice from this dickhead.
And what the president has charged us with.
How about stop getting advice from politicians and bureaucrats and everything like that, and listen to doctors, listen to listen to pediatricians, listen to doctors. Stop listening to RFK Jr. Stop listening to Fauci. Stop listening to career politicians. Stop listening to bureaucratic a-holes, and listen to people who have devoted their life to this.
So, yeah, Dr. Redfield, hashtag Dr. Redfield was right about everything. So since we talked about pregnancy, I'll do this piece of it. We touched on this earlier, but I want to play something specifically. And this is earlier, hopefully, where were you if you weren't with us all morning since we started 6 a.m. But I want to get back to what happened in August of 2021 and show this now archived CDC release, just to take you back in the way back time machine really quick here, Dan Borowski. If we can just show this, because it was August of 2021, CDC formally recommended pregnant, and they put pregnant people, which is really annoying, pregnant people, but it's obviously pregnant women, that it's okay, get the mRNA COVID vaccine, claiming the data proved or showed no heightened risk of miscarriage. And so I know that we talked about this in 6 a.m. news, we talked about it in 7 a.m. news, but my big question is that if we knew information that was a lie, that press release back in August of 2021, if we knew at some point that it was a lie, why wasn't it until yesterday that we knew what we now are seeing, which is disturbing? And that is what was unveiled, this whole allegation that we're hearing about from Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, from Senator Rand Paul, talking about this disturbing detail about an alleged concealed link, Dr. Fauci, between the mRNA COVID vaccine and miscarriage risk, even when women were more than 6 months pregnant. Here's Senator Ron Johnson.
Safety, it impacts informed consent. So this is an email chain between Anthony Fauci, CDC Director Walensky, and Surgeon General Murthy. This is on January 25th and 26th, 2021, a little more than a month after the emergency use authorization on the mRNA injections. In the middle of the chain, Dr. Fauci writes, and this is all about the COVID injection as relates to pregnancy.
Why is he yelling?
So in the middle of the chain, Dr. Fauci writes, I asked around a bit more, and another issue came up that you need to be aware of, period. Since many people have significant cytokine storm and fever after the second dose, this theoretically could be associated with miscarriage in the first trimester. Now, I've never heard public officials talk about significant cytokine storms after the second dose, and all we heard from public officials is that this was perfectly safe for pregnancy. Let me go on a little bit more. In June of 2021, Tom Shimabukuro, he was the man in charge of safety surveillance systems for CDC, published a grossly misleading paper in the New England Journal of Medicine, where they looked at 827 confirmed pregnancies. 700 of those pregnancies, the women got their COVID injection in the third trimester after 28 weeks. Of those 827, 104 suffered a spontaneous abortion or a miscarriage. The problem with those stats is they took the 104 divided by 827, came up with a miscarriage rate of 12.6%, which is about 4 times the rate of normal miscarriage rate on a confirmed pregnancy.
The problem here is the term that these women were in. And so that's where he goes through and he does the math and comes up with that 80+%. But the fact that we had late women in their 6th, 7th, 8th month of pregnancy, and they were having miscarriages and stillborns is disturbing. And the fact that they may have had a hint of this 8 months before the now archived CDC press release, and that the Surgeon General and that the CDC Director Walensky, that they knew this and Fauci knew it, to me, this is criminal.
Feels to me like we're just starting to scratch the surface on remember 2 years ago and 3 years ago is, well, we'll just wait until 2030 comes around and we find out how bad people were injured or how low reading scores were or math test scores were. I think you're starting to see that in 2026. I didn't think we were going to go down this road of, miscarriages.
Yeah. It's disturbing.
And truly, if we had an honest media that covered everything equally, and we also had non-bureaucrats running a lot of the health and wellness of our country, whether it's CDC, NIH, I don't care if it's under a Democrat president or a Republican president, we would probably be blown away by what is actually out there.
Yeah, I agree with you. And and to Greg's...
But there's too much money involved.
Yeah.
Too much money.
And to Greg's point, I think probably if we really, took away, had a semantics type argument, I think what Greg is disgusted by, if I can Greg speak, is I think a lot of us are so turned off to the fact that our health, our children's health and education as well, but our children's health and our health has become politicized.
Well, healthy is not profitable.
Yeah.
Sick is profitable.
Yeah. And so it shouldn't be. We should have some things that are off limits. And so I would just love for these individuals, I just want to know at this point, and I want them. So Walensky and Surgeon General Murthy, none of these people have, to my knowledge, a blanket pardon like Fauci does. So put these people out there, and they're going to transcribe all of these tens of more than 30,000 of Fauci's.
Yeah. Hey, that's a good point. Where's Walensky been? She was she was all over my TV for 2 years.
Yes, sir.
Where's Sanjay Gupta?
Well, they want to. Rand Paul's next target is Bill Gates, because that's going to be a spicy.
Okay.
That's going to be spicy.
I would actually take less spicy with an actual.
Yeah, well,
conviction.
you're not going to get that.
Of course not.
You're not going to get that because it's not good TV and it's not good for fundraising. Rand Paul can go around and say, "Lock up Fauci." I'm not actually going to lock up Fauci, but let's lock up Fauci. You can get all the dumb F's on Twitter going around going, "Lock up Fauci." Yeah, lock up Fauci, and then nothing happens, and then it's all cool clickbait. But still, the people who love Fauci still love Fauci. The people who hate Fauci still hate Fauci. Nothing changes, and we still don't get to the bottom of the COVID pandemic.
I mean, to your point, Greg, and to Nick, I would say if they held a town hall meeting and they had people, on the other side of this, whatever, throughout this, talked about the studies, informed people, I think that this is a moment in time when you think about leadership and you think about genuinely being transparent and looking at all of the facts. I think that would gain a ton of respect just across the board from people, no matter what your politics. This is one of those issues, just like Maha before contained people who previously, maybe they were a Democrat, maybe they were a Republican, but they were united on this. It's an opportunity. Follow the facts.
Right.
So that's where I am. Let me just say this headline because I'm so excited because we have, I don't know where the seats are. They might be horrible. But I think that my husband, we're going to have Sixers tickets, which we're pretty excited about.
You guys?
Yeah.
Yeah?
He put in for it because it's a lottery. So it's looking good. I don't know if it's a lock.
Yeah, Larry Barrett wants to see LeBron, huh?
Wow. So the Philadelphia Sixers.
No?
Yeah, I mean.
Well, who does he want to see? Not LeBron?
No, he does. He goes to bed at like 6 p.m. So I'm going to end up with him. You guys better start sucking up to me now.
I'll go with you.
But the Philadelphia Sixers open the season.
She doesn't want to hang out with you next.
Nobody does.
Open the season against the Nova Knicks, but Christmas Day facing the Lakers on Christmas. LeBron James.
Sixers Knicks to start the year, and then LeBron's former team on Christmas.
Yes.
For the first time in history, I might actually watch the NBA on Christmas.
How about that?
Fake phony
Christmas
forced
Day.
tradition.
So we're gonna have the Eagles on Christmas Eve at an 8:15 kick off, and we're gonna have the Sixers on Christmas Day.
Kristen, get some extra drumsticks. Daddy's gonna be up late.
You're not moving.
No, I'll be on vacation at that point.
Red, white, and blue and green Christmas.
How many drumsticks you gonna eat?
I might have 2, one in each hand, like a little kid.
So LeBron James plays his first game with Philadelphia with the Sixers on the NBA's opening night against the NBA champion Knicks.
Yeah.
So that's going to be October 20th. It's going to be it's not home. It's Madison Square Garden, but that'll be a treat.
Yeah.
With the Nova Knicks.
God, I want them to win so bad. I just want to see one winter championship in my lifetime. Basketball or hockey.
How exciting.
Never seen it the last time either one of them was 83. I wasn't born until the glorious year of '84.
You really think?
And by the way, too,
you really think he's gonna bring a title to Philadelphia?
Dude, if the Sixers win one, I might break down and cry.
You're delusional.
I will.
You're delusional.
And I'm telling you right now.
Are you guys going to place a bet?
I don't want to hear one single person in the YouTube chat, and I'm gonna cast out this little mandate to Tony Bruno as well.
Tony,
I don't give a flying F about LeBron's politics. All I want is a championship for the Sixers. So if you're going to tweet me, LeBron's a liberal, I don't care.
I'm with you.
God.
It's so much fun. So here's Christmas Day is in LA.
Oh, so that's going to be later in the day because of the time difference. Well,
it's on ABC, ESPN.
Get out of dinner with the mother-in-law. I'm trying to find the positive in that. Okay.
So we have to get more info, more 411, but that's the big breaking.
Yeah, Phil did just say last week, 2 weeks ago, Sixers will have 34 of their 82 games on national TV.
Well, yeah, of course.
So you're going to get clobbered over the head with it. They're going to jam the Sixers down your throat.
It's all going to be. I mean, we used to be an Eagles town. Now we're a LeBron town. Yeah. So hopefully you're ready for it.
Yep. Yeah, baby.
And his geriatric 43-year-old ass.
That's right. Jiggly ass.
Oh my goodness, it's been fun. Hey, we're sponsored by Ashley Furniture this Saturday, starting 10 o'clock. This Saturday morning, it is the 12-hour sale event at Ashley Furniture. You save up to 70%. 70%, wow. Plus, enjoy free delivery. Plus, wow, they're not done. Plus, Ashley Furniture, they're giving away prizes every hour. Big savings, big giveaways, one big day to shop. Don't miss the 12-hour sale this Saturday. Ashley Furniture.
Talk to us about Piazza as well.
Piazza. So we also have Frank and Ian's Surge Philly. Usually they're Monday, but they're going to do today, Tuesday. So we got that going on. There is a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz. Yeah, it's a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, arriving exactly where you belong. I have arrived in a Mercedes-Benz. Welcome home celebration. Discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of these brand new beautiful vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. Just visit your authorized Piazza dealer, Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City. Experience the luxury, innovation, and performance that truly sets Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home celebration happening right now. Piazza, Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PIAZZA, PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell them Dawn